Good morning. Or good evening to you. This is stream number 394. I am going to be going back to working on the main game. Continuing to add code in the game to read from the SQLite database. I'm going to take a break from Rust for a while because Rust was kicking my butt yesterday. Work rate missing, yep. Still setting things up. That was weird. I clicked on it and it disappeared. Normal. There it is. Hi, Nui. Hold on. I'm still setting things up. Timer's going. Alright. I need to post this in Discord. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, Nui. Appreciate it. Alright, so, stream plan. I'm going to be putting more time into the game's SQLite database integration today. There we go. Okay. Sometimes I wish I could just, like, totally mute a Discord channel without leaving it. Alright. I'm like, I don't need to be notified about that right now. Alright. That is the work for today. Alright. It's been a while since I worked on this. It was the 18th. What day was that? That was a week ago. And I only did a little bit and then I jumped into Rust. So we're going back to that today. Okay, so let's see. Where was I? Realm server, source, ECS, components. I think this is exactly where I was, right? I had been adding the door deserialization. That's right, I had done it in pieces here. Alright. What's the to-do say? Right, okay, I had skipped dialogues, I had done doors, caps, character, container, and I had this many to look forward to doing. GC is golem commands. How hard could that be? Game.snapshot. I can actually just say that this is JSON, right? And then we don't need to search. Alright. Oh, these are easy. We should just do these next. Is there one of these that's an alias? Yeah, this one's an alias. Okay, so golem commands can either be command permission response, or they could be command alias. Right, okay. Let me find where this is done for the right part. Hey there, 715209. Is this it? Just call them a command permission response alias of? Okay. Hey there, develop it. Does that mean if a field's not present, it's nulled? I should just look at the unit test for it. Test source, coordinator tests. No, not coordinator tests. I want ECS tests. And I want golem commands. I want to go down to the bottom. Let's set, let's create, yeah, all right. Wait, why do I have this set up with both a response and an alias? That's not right. Okay, it shouldn't be like that. Let me fix this. This is not even a valid entry. Let's have two of them. One that's a alias of the other. Yeah, so this doesn't have an alias of. This doesn't have a permission or response. This is just the command what alias of today. All right. This is weird. Oh, no, it's not weird. It's only selecting one entity. Okay, so let's have it select entity and then order by entity. And so I'm going to want to step this, right? Twice. And the first column is actually going to be the entity number. So that should be equal to 42 for the first one. And hide that integer. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm actually going to just recopy this down to here. And I don't need to redeclare the type. Okay, 43. Okay, so the fetching column 4, let's just get its type and expect that it's equal to null. So database abstractions value type null. Expect that for just fetch the column and then get its type. Like that. And I'm going to want the same thing for the permission and response. So the columns 2 and 3 here. 2 and 3. And it's alias of today. And the command is what? All right, cool. Hey there, TS Jost. Okay, fixed that one. Let's make sure that that actually still works. Hey there, man. And Gadam, how are you doing? I'm taking a break from Rust today because it was I was getting really frustrated with it yesterday. So yeah, I didn't even really feel like streaming today. I figured I'd get back into some of the work that I put on hold, and maybe that will get me more motivated. Yeah, I got some rest, but I woke up this morning thinking I just don't want to fight with Rust again today. I'm having trouble in Rust figuring out how to. It's hard to even describe it. Yeah, it's really frustrating until you realize how many bugs it prevents. Yeah, I need to get over some things I just don't understand about it. Like I ran into a problem where I got borrowing a reference twice, and all it was doing was basically, one, look up a message handler closure or message handler function in a lookup table, and then two, call that message handler passing self to it. So apparently because the lookup table inside itself, you could totally do this in any other language except for Rust. In Rust, what it says is, oh, you grab something from self. That means you borrowed self. Now you're trying to borrow self again to give it to the message handler. And so because of that, I had to completely redesign the whole thing, and I still haven't gotten it back up and running again. Why you know notice remedies? I don't know what you're talking about, TS Jost. Oh, you mean that? Hold on a second. I don't have that set up yet. Let me set this up. You want me to hydrate already? All right. Cheers, TS Jost. Please unmask you. Okay. Let's see if you're masked. Yes, you are. Not anymore. Welcome to the game, man. All right. Yeah, so I ran into this, can't borrow the same reference twice, and said, oh, crud. So, yeah, I was trying to figure that out yesterday, and I got close, but, yeah, still running into problems. Just architectural problems. The way I would do things in C++ just can't be done in Rust because of the borrow checker. So I need to take a break from it and continue working on this. So I am, I should have pinned this file. I'm this far into, well, if you consider all of this, this is writing to the database and this is reading back. This is how far I am to actually moving the entity component system to a database. So I still have to do all this stuff. So I'm going to do this right now. First, though, I wanted to fix this test. So these are actually correct ways to express the commands in the database. So this is a chatbot command, and this is an alias of a command. You should have nulls for the fields that aren't present. Hey there, Ramy. And Moodikins, hello. Since you have immutable reference to it, you can't call it with self as mutable. Yes. Yep. Hey there, Ramy. So I got frustrated with the language because it was getting in the way of me actually trying to express what I was trying to do. The Rust compiler is just saying like, oh, no, you can't do that. And like, okay. We'll get back to Rust after our break. Took you about 2 years of getting frustrated, bending, and then returning, getting frustrated. Yeah. What I was kind of getting annoyed at in Rust was the syntax for lifetimes, especially when it had to do with trait objects. It was just bizarre. DHG Homan is a good tutorial for how to bend Rust rules when you need to. See, the fact that they have that means that there's a cognitive dissonance in it, right? Am I using the right term? Why am I grabbing just that? I want your whole... There we go. Let me see if I'm using the right word. How come it knew what I was going to type right away? State of having inconsistent thoughts, beliefs, or attitudes, especially as related to behavior. That's not exactly what I was looking for. Okay, I don't know what word I'm looking for. The linked list guide is awesome, lots of good information, but how much stuff, about just how much stuff Rust saves you from. Yeah, well, I don't want to have to force Rust to do non-Rusty things. I want to really understand what the idiomatic way to do certain things is in Rust. How's the development progressing? We're kind of branched out, Ramy. So I looked into Rust for a few weeks. How do I broaden this so we can see it? So at the beginning of the month, I started learning Rust. It took a week doing that, and then I tried to get back into working on my game, and then figure I was having too much fun learning Rust. So I started porting one of my game's tools to Rust. And then I hit a brick wall, especially when I was off stream, and I got frustrated with it. So going back to what I was doing before a couple weeks ago, which was I need to get my game connected to an SQLite database. I'm this far into it. So this is all the writing to the database, and this is all the reading from the database. And that's kind of where I had stopped off. I had stopped at getting 3 of these done, and then I took a detour to learn Rust. And then I did this one, and then went back into Rust, and now like I'm going to try to get to a little bit more progress on this today. The good thing is you can keep it fairly rusty by sneaking in the odd cell, ref cell here and there. See, since I don't know what a cell and a ref cell is, and part of that's due to the where is the file? I don't even have the file loaded. Let me find it. Rust. It was not my favorite features. This excessive terseness of terms, like I know ref cell stands for something, but I can't tell you what it means. I know that this is mutable, reference counting, string slice, not string, but string slice, vector and function, and a cow is really a clone on right. The terseness in the terms really is frustrating for me while I'm still getting to know. Like, I don't know what a cell is, so. But I'll get over that, right? It's just a matter of like digesting those terms and like committing them to memory. I watched the Crust of Rust video. I watched one of them. It was It was mostly sidetracked by viewer questions, and the video was about lifetimes, and the idea is by watching the video I would get more insight into lifetimes. Didn't really. I think he covered lifetimes for maybe a few minutes, but most of the time it was covering other things. So I don't know. Maybe I just watched one of the not so great videos. Finally made some proper burgers today. Only if you forgot to add the hamburger spices. That's okay. If you have a good hamburger meat, you don't really need spices so much. Hey there, Flyboy. Morning. Also, hello to Atomic Nibble. And I was going to say hi to DHG Human, but I guess I misclicked. Resubaka, hello. How are you doing today? I inspired you to make this post on Reddit because you're picking up a bit of C++. Oh, okay. That's cool. And they can totally do it by diving in. Neat. A better lifetimes overview? Okay, that'd be good, because the one I watched from Crust of Rust I didn't particularly enjoy. I got through it, but it's like it's sort of not covering lifetimes very much. C++ says you kind of admire and fear at the same time while Rust is comfortable. I'm completely the opposite. So I think it's just a matter of experience. We'll both probably be comfortable with both given some time. Let me give you some points for those links. I could only offer points in exchange for links for now. Okay, yeah. I didn't want to completely kill my enthusiasm for programming by forcing myself to continue banging my head against the rusty wall today. So I'm going back to some C++ for some recharging, re-energizing. So this is a unit test to make sure that when we create these components in the entity component system, that it translates to making rows in a database that we can select back out and make sure that we get that data back out. So this being the shape in JSON internally, and then let me open the other aspect of it. This one right here, this is the shape in SQLite. So there are two tables. Oh, wait a minute, we're looking at the wrong thing. Go look at it. So there's one table. The table has 5 columns. One primary key is the entity number, and then we have, this is like the chatbot commands, like when I do the points, well, not the points, but if I do the today command, for example, the command would have been would be today, and the response will be what the bot just sent out. And if it was an alias, it would be, instead of response, there'd be alias of. And permission is sort of an internal field to track who's allowed to use the command. Very good at explaining things. I suppose so. In that Crust of Rust video I watched, the way he explained one thing, he was using obsolete Rust syntax, and it confused me. He used something that the book didn't mention, and I had to go back and ask some people, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's how you used to do it in Rust," but they've deprecated that, and they removed it from the book, which I thought was kind of odd. I would think that if you were to deprecate something, you would not completely remove it from the book. You would push it off into a section marked like deprecated syntax, or this is what you might encounter if you look at older Rust code, and this is what it means. So yeah, that was a little bit frustrating too. Why delete information from a book? I have no idea why someone would ever do that. I would totally keep it in the book and put it in its own chapter marked obsolete or deprecated features. Because if there's still a video out there where someone's using it, the book ought to talk about it. That's my opinion. Okay, so I've updated this test. Let me update the next one, which was, yeah, I need to make sure that I am consistent in these tests. For testing commands with the proper shape here, I should be doing this. So this is improper shape because it has both a response and an alias, so I need to fix that. So I think this is what I want, only I want this number to be different. And we'll use another command there. Yeah. And then this test is changing what? Okay, changing the response of one of the commands. I suppose, yeah, well, then we'll just keep it simple. One command. And then the alias of should be null. So let me copy that from up here. The alias of is 0, 1, 2. It's the third one. So, oh, it already is null. Huh. Oh, because the test removed the alias. I see. Okay, well, I'll just leave it the way it is. The book isn't designed as a complete reference. Notice the Rust book doesn't talk about C-style comments because C++-style comments are considered idiomatic. But it should introduce them. It should have a section. I think it's misleading to say this book covers Rust and then have it not cover things that are in Rust. It doesn't need to be like all the details, but I think it should at least introduce you to give you a taste of every little thing. I mean, it's got 20 chapters, for goodness sake. Can't they afford to have a 21st chapter? But yeah, I since have discovered that there are other books that I have to read besides the Rust book in order to learn Rust. Uses let some ref. Yeah, I think that was it. He had ref on the wrong on a different side. You say it's not deprecated, but they removed the text of it from the book, and they said in somewhere else I read that it was deprecated. So it seems deprecated to me. Or at least discouraged. And he even says in the video he prefers the old way. So I'm like, okay. Is this a case of someone just getting used to something and now it's no longer idiomatic, but you'll do it anyway because you like it? Anyway. Let me run these tests. Can you tell that I have formed my own crotchety old man opinions about Rust already? It might show through some of my comments. All right, so this is, let me check this in because this is a correction to the test. So this is fix GC database tests to use correct shapes. Commit that. And commit it. And Nathaniel Bumpo, hello, by the way. All right. Bitbucket's been slow this morning. I don't know why. Makes me nervous. All right, I'm going to add another test now. And rather than coming up with it from scratch, I'm going to steal from the one for doors. Deserialize from database. I want that, but for Golem commands. So I'm going to copy that test over here and then use that as a template. Okay, so this is Golem commands. Deserialize from database. Okay, so I need to put something into the database. So insert into GC. And now the cat wants me to feed him. Cat, you missed your opportunity. I was going to feed you, but you walked outside. So no food for you for a while, unless someone else in the family wants to do it. All right. I guess you can wait until my next break, and then I'll feed you. Hydrate the cat. Cheers. 715-209. Okay. What command are we putting in here today? How about today? Permission. What have I been using before? All? Response. Up to no good. Alias of null. Okay, that's all we need to insert. So that puts it into the database. And now we want to see that when we deserialize it, that we get that command out. So that would be key golem command today. Key golem permission, key golem response, and then nothing for the alias. So up to no good for the response. all is the permission, and this is a GC. That's it. That's all I need. Hopefully the cat doesn't have a knife. He has 10 knives. Actually, he's got 20 knives. One on each claw. Razor sharp they are. He's very sweet, though. He would never claw me on purpose. Okay, so invalid JSON because we haven't written the code yet to read from the database. So I think all I need to do is add a table entry for it. Right here. Only 4 toes on the hind legs? Really? But he's got those, the fifth ones are like off to the side or something, right? I could be wrong. I don't know my cat anatomy so well. Let's see if you're right. You're probably right. I closed my Chrome window. How many claws does a cat have? 4 on the back. Well, you're right. A polydactyl cat may have more, typically 6 or 7 in front and 5 in the back. They're also called double pod. Well, there you go. Daniel Bumpo is correct. Only 4 claws on the back. All right. Did you know that? He has a 5th claw on his hind? They're telling me he only has 4. Okay, we're gonna go do an inspection. No, I'm asking someone in my family if they knew that the cat only had 4 claws on the back, and they're like, no, he's got 5. I'm like, oh, better go check. Hey there, Romania hate. It's going okay. All right, this is gonna be a revelation, a revealing moment, I guess. We'll find out if the cat has a 5th claw on the hind paw. Okay. Are there 4 or 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's no 5th?
Look at
looking. The cat's had enough of it. He's like, let me down. Let me down. Yeah, stop fingering my paw.
4.
Only 4. You're right. We've only found 4 claws. All right. I think I just want this, right? Extract component elements from database. This the simple one. So this will go under GC. GC, right? Is that what the shape is in? Oh, I didn't even save it. It's common. What was it to pin it again? I forget. Was it K enter? Yeah, it was K enter. All right. It's Golem commands. It's all spelled out. So which one is which? One of them is a table name. Component name, table name. There we go. And then, what was the third one about? Hold on. It's been a while. Element mapping. What's in element mapping? Database key, JSON key. Okay. Database key. JSON key. Golem. Load. Oh, right. The slow IntelliSense that I get. Database type text. And then there are 3 more. It's permission, right? Permission. So this is just mapping between a JSON structure or object and a database table, really. Response and alias of. All right. Let's see if that's enough to make it work. Building. All right. Nope. Did I get this wrong? Is this not the... Maybe that needs to be the name of a table, not a component type. I think it is component type. So if it didn't work, what does that tell me? I might have inserted into the wrong. Oh, yeah, that's wrong. Inserted into the wrong name for the table. Okay, we got further because there's a response, but it doesn't match. Okay, so it's not null, it's empty string. Okay. That tells me I need to modify the code that's doing this. That if the field is not present, it should be, or if the field is null, it should be not put in. Yeah, it's just extract elements from columns, I think. We do have a check here. Oh, wait a minute. It switches on this. So we're going to switch on text. So it's going to just blindly do that. The cat insists on being fed. I might have to take a break to feed the cat, or he might turn on me. But yeah, this DB value, maybe I need to, yeah, I guess I need to check it here. If DB value get type is equal to database abstractions value type null. What if we expected it to be null? That doesn't even make sense why I would do that. I don't think it makes sense. So if it's null, we're just going to skip it. Continue. There we go. Can you guys hear them row? He goes pretty loud there. He might have gotten through. Hey there, A squared. And it's working now, but I should run the other tests too. So what are the ones I had gotten done before? It was door, container, character, and caps. You guys heard them row? Okay. I should take a break to feed the cat. So it'll only take me, I don't know, 3 minutes. My normal 3-minute break. We'll just do a little bit early today. And I'll be back after the cat's been fed. So be right back. I am back. All right. Let's get back into this. This is done. Done. Thank you, Nui. Greetings, programs. Do you know why Thor has lost his powers? Dad grounded him. C-17R. That's actually not bad. I like that. Another dad joke for the day. His dad grounded him. Okay, this is actually a fix to a bug. Do I want to list that separately? Let us list it separately. Yeah, let's put it together. So, work in progress, connecting a game to database. So, add support for deserializing Golem commands. And then the other thing was this one line in here, which means do not include a field in a JSON object if the corresponding database column is null. I think that's correct. Commit that. All right, what's next after Golem commands? Global? What's in global? And why did I not pin the game snapshot? I don't know. Now it's pinned. Why is this fighting me? What's the keyboard shortcut for collapse? Or fold? That's what I've been doing. Control K, Control 0. It's just, oh, because it needs to be JSON first. There we go. I'm like, why is this not working? Okay, so, global. What's in global? Initial player position, okay, and then player avatars. Okay, I remember this one. So, go over to this one. Globals is here. Right, so given this kind of shape, we get these 4 columns. So I just need to have the reciprocal of that. So I'm just going to pull this test to make a copy down here. Let's get through these. So it's globals. I can just steal that, right? Just put that there. There we go. Okay, and then what values do we want? Just pull the same values out, I guess? Oh, so it's 43. Okay, so 43. 2, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Deserialize and expect for globals 523 that data. So this. Easy peasy. If I can get through these really quick, I can get back to Rust. Run that. Of course, it's not going to work because I haven't written the code yet. All right. But the code hopefully is mostly in this table again. Not that table. This, where is the table in this mess? This is a huge mess. Here it is. Wow, these tables are a real mess. That's for sure. And I didn't even put the cursor in that spot. I'm just dumb. Okay. Click the cursor this time. Oh, actually, here it is. So then I just need to duplicate this. Okay, so for globals and globals, we have what? Player avatars, initial player position X, initial player position Y, initial player position Z. And I think the way I have this, these keys can be paths, right? So then I think I can just say, do I have a key for global? Yes, that one. And this is global initial, right? And then dot X, Y, and Z. Y and Z. And these are all integers. Let's try it. If that doesn't work, then it means I don't have path support for that. Okay, it didn't like what I was trying to do there. I need to add them because they're the thing on the left is a C++ string, not a C string. Yeah, why are you taking so long to look up link this time? I don't know. Okay, run that. Nope. Oh, okay, so we don't support paths with dots in them. I thought we did. Bummer. Okay, so that means I need some custom code here. I can extract the first one, but the rest of them I can't. Unless I add support here for that. Maybe I can do it here. Actually, let's not. Let's just make a special function. So, like I did for door, right? Or let me look up here. Is there a way I can cheat this? It doesn't look like there is a way for me to cheat it. Hey there, Metal Storm. All right. So I need to make a custom thing here. Extract globals from database. So I probably don't need all these parameters then, right? I just need this. Yeah, I just need this. Store database and diagnostics. So, and I don't need that. So it's just a specialized function similar to door modifiers. So let's just copy that. Okay, did I not make a... I don't even have a file for this. Okay, so let's just copy this then. Globals. This declares functions used to manage the storage of global information in the game. And we'll probably want a C++ file to match that. So this one, copy that. Globals. All right, and I probably want to keep some of this junk around. The name of the function was extract globals from database. And I don't need this, do I? Don't think so. Yeah. All right, and then this needs to include that header file. Include globals.hpp. All right, and I need to add these files to the build system. Right here. Do I have it split still? I guess I do. have it split between headers and non-headers. One of the things I really like about moving to Rust is I don't have to do that. Okay, so well, for now in C++ we have to have our source files and our header files separate. Whoa, why is it doing that if I'm in this window? Weird. Anyway. Okay. I'm so confused with my own editor today. Component CVV. Extract globals. All right. So that is going to call into here, which we haven't made yet. Gonna put that down here. All right, and then should I just delete the rest of this stuff up here? Probably don't need it. Make door modifier update LMC. I don't need any of that junk. I might need the bind though. Am I using that down here? Nope. Hold on. Do I not understand what bind means? Oh yeah, that's for writing. So we don't need any of this stuff. Unless I might need those though. Nope. Don't need those either. So I'm deleting all the code from here all the way down. All the way down to there. And do I need string extensions? I don't think so. All right. Globals. Initial player position. Is there an entity? Yes. Okay. So it's in. I need to break this up into different lines, otherwise it's going to be a really long line. From globals. All right. Welcome back, man. Where do I choose to break the line? Right here? Arrgh. I hate hitting the wrong key on the keyboard. Again, I hit the wrong key on the keyboard. Actually, we need a space here, right? Well, I can put the space there. There we go. That looks nice. So we build the statement and then we run it. And we need to go to globals. Yeah, this one in Rust, it would just be loop. It's the same thing. Rust, C, C++. Same thing. Another way you can do it in C, C++ is just say while true. I like this way because this almost looks like a friendly emoji. Like a guy with a beard or something. And I'm like, I like guys with beards. It's unsearchable, yeah. It's the way that it works in C, C++ is there are 3 statements in here. And the last statement doesn't have a semicolon. So it's like, usually it's for like int I equals 0, I is less than 10, plus plus I, right? To loop 10 times. Here, though, we don't have a loop variable, and we don't have a condition, so it's just that. Yeah, you can omit any of the 3 parts. Yep. You got it. Start, stop, step. Hey there, Evan Yeager. All right, there should only be 1 global, but that's okay. If there's more than 1, that's fine. We can deal with it. Okay, so, this is, to just make the variables named after the same things. Why not, right? These are all integers. And then player avatars also is. All right, and we don't need to do that, do we? Hold on, what's this path thing? I copied that from door, didn't I? What's path? Oh, I get it. Yeah, okay, it's different. The shape is completely different. So here it's just grab those columns out, and we're just going to form the component correctly. I can just say components and entity equals JSON object, and just fill the data directly in there. I don't need to do any of this stuff. So I copied directly from the test I had. This stuff right here. Paste that and fill in the information where it's supposed to be. That should be a Z or a Z. There we go. I think that'll do it. Build it. If else, if versus switch. I don't know. What is arrow? Which arrow? Oh, right here? That is just a minus greater than, which is shorthand in C++. X arrow Y is the same thing as dereference X and then index the Y field. So in Rust, you don't need to do that. You just do XY because Rust dereferences the reference for you. In C and C++, though, you have to do that, and then this is just shorthand for that. Yeah, like what GS Joss said. I didn't even need to explain it because chat did. Yeah. Okay, where did my test go? Sometimes this stuff just frustrates me. All right, where is this test? It's there. Run it, please. Yay. Hey, we did globals. Done. All right, checking that off. Work in progress. Connecting game to database. So adds support for deserializing globals. Hey there, CloudHawk. What's MUD in the title? And Quantum, hello. MUD stands for multi-user dungeon. Let me get a link for that. Actually, is there a link to that? There isn't. Let's make one. Wikipedia, please. It's not a film. Yeah, here we go. Add MUD. A MUD is a multi-user dungeon. An older term for a multiplayer online game. And then we'll include the link. There we go. I don't know why I just closed that window. I meant to show you my MUD that I'm working on. I'm calling it a MUD because it's going to be mostly text-based. The text is going to be all down here. Hi. When you're walking through the game world, events that happen. You'll see a visual indication here, but you'll also see text down here. When you're talking to NPCs in the game, a lot of the interaction is going to be through text. So it's like the classical multi-user dungeon from like 20, 30 years ago where it was all text. Hey there, A squared. The tiger talked. I'm not a tiger. Now I am a tiger. Now I'm not a tiger. Like Tibia RuneScape. There you go. Hey there, Noahs. So that's what I'm working on. The and A squared is there fighting all those slimes. How come the sound is off for me? It's weird. It's not playing any audio. Now it is. That was odd. The game loaded without audio for a little bit. A squared is just taking these guys on. Did I give you an overpowered weapon? I did. I gave you the pie sword. That's why you're able to like slaughter all these hapless NPCs, isn't it? Yeah, you've destroyed them all. Anyway, yeah, that's a game I'm working on. The all the data right now is read back from a JSON file. We are constructing a SQLite database for it, but we're not reading the data back from it. So just to recap what I've been doing, the database migration for the first year or so of the game's life, it would store everything in a JSON file, and it kind of looks like this, where all the entities in the game are organized by their data component types. So like all the items in the game are under item here. So for example, this is the water of life. This one is a stack of money, and etc., right? All the NPCs in the game are stored this way. So here is George, the NPC, all of his information. So this was fine up until the game got to the size it is now, where even in the test environment, it's like 11,000 lines. In the production, it's like way bigger. It gets to the point where the JSON is just too expensive to read and write. So we're trying to move this to a database. The idea is that every type of component would be one or more database tables with these kinds of shapes. So like this caps is up here under caps. Actually, I don't know why I should have spelled out capabilities here. I don't know why I call it caps. But yeah, character matches this shape of what a character has, right? Armor, constitution, dexterity, that kind of thing. So I'm doing it in 2 steps. Step 1 is done. We're on step 2 now. Step 1 was we introduced an SQLite database in parallel with the JSON, and we were writing to both, but only reading back from the JSON. So that's how the game runs today. But now we're moving on to step 2, which is to drop JSON completely, which is, in order to do that, we have to read from the SQLite database as well as write to it. Why Rust doesn't allow passing self? Aha. I think I know why. It's just my struggle has been how to select a different architecture that doesn't require passing self. Be tempted to query the JSON using something like MongoDB to avoid the whole conversion step? Nope, haven't tried that. Just went straight to SQLite because it fits better the architecture of the game. So how to show that? I guess we'll bring that back up. The game actually runs in a cluster of servers. So there are 3 of them right now. Each one keeps its own copy of the game data. They keep in sync using the Raft consensus algorithm. So SQLite was really convenient because the servers already had their own private copy of the JSON. Now they just have their own private copy of the .db file. Typically has had problems with many writers. There's only one writer and only one reader. Each one, like I'm just describing now, each one has its own private copy, so there's only one writer and only one reader. So that's why not something like Postgres. Yeah, so all those databases like Postgres and MySQL have features I don't need. I don't need transactions. I don't need multi-writer, multi-reader. Don't need any of that. We just need to have a quick store and select for each game to have to persist its own state. So that technically, we don't actually have to persist anything if the cluster is always running, because every time a server comes up, it can just get a copy of the game state from its neighbors. But if all three servers go down, then we have to rely on selecting back from the database to recover this state. So, oh no, Noah's got killed. A squared's there to help you out. There we go. He's gonna defeat those slimes for you. So yeah, that's the reason why I picked SQLite, because only one reader, only one writer, each one's got a private copy. It fits really well. And I don't know anything about non-relational databases like MongoDB or NoSQL or whatever. It's possible if I looked into that, maybe I would have liked it better. But the whole strategy of keeping everything in JSON structures, it's requiring a lot of complexity that I don't know if we actually need. The complexity of having to parse JSON, of all the syntax characters here that we don't necessarily need, I would much rather just, now that it's more mature, just move to a binary format. MongoDB would be, I don't want something that's like my JSON. I want to move to something more binary, more records-based. MongoDB is the WrongoDB. MongoDB database files are actually like just JSON. Wouldn't that just be moving the problem around, though? The problem right now is that JSON is just too much it doesn't scale. It's too slow to read and write. Anyway, that's what we're doing. I could be completely wrong about it. Maybe someday I'll look back on this and say you should have done MongoDB from the start, but hey, we learn from our mistakes, right? So, where was I? I think I had just checked this in, right? So I need to move on to input system. Don't particularly like. See, I don't like or dislike it because I don't even know it. No relational databases are best. Best is contextual, right? Doesn't it depend on your requirements and also perhaps your preferences? All right, so moving on to input. Where do I have a test for that? Input. Here we go. All right, so let's add a test for input for deserialization. So I'm gonna let's copy from Golem command, since this was really a really nice example. Let's copy that over to the input system. Can I just replace this part of that string, please? Thank you. There we go. So the shape of this one is pretty simple, right? Yeah, it's just cool down, move off, move on. Yes, so I can just take this information here and copy down to here. Break those into separate lines and we're good, right? So we're gonna, and the table's name is what? I think it's just input. Yes, input. You found a bug. You did file an issue for it? Okay, cool. Thank you, A squared. A regression in something? There's always regressions in things. Just out of curiosity, what was the regression and where did you file it? Did you file it in game here? I need to improve the speed of this. Is it this one? Yeah, see, I don't even have this wrapping correctly. I can't even read that. I'm going to select it all and then put it into here. Large ogres in the depths of the caves by the sewers don't appear to be spawning. Haven't seen a single one in more than 48 hours. I really reduced their spawn rate. Is that the problem? Another bug. Managed to get some unpickupable items. Really? Unpickupable gold? The spawning problem just might be the frequency of spawning for them is very low. I drastically reduced it. You couldn't pick up a piece of gold. Your inventory might be full. No, you have the large gold stack. Okay, so you couldn't pick up some money? I don't know why. It's, yeah, too late for me to debug it now because it's missing. It's despawned. So a pile of gold dropped and you couldn't pick it up? I'm waiting to see you defeat these guys so that you can try to pick up money again. 2 stacks of money in the same place? You should just be able to hit get. You can't pick up those probably because you have a stack limit, right? This is in my way. Can I move that? Move this back, I guess. All right. Now you can hold 100 potions. There you go. You're welcome. You even dropped your sword and picked it up. It wasn't you being broken. So you couldn't pick up a gold stack for some reason. That's interesting. But you're able to now, right? Well, you're able to pick up the potions there just fine. Yeah, maybe if you can get it to happen again, let me know. The spawning frequency of these guys is just very, very low right now. Let me see what it was. Edit. This has to add up correctly. Yeah, so it's 5% of the time it tries to spawn an ogre. So it's just very low rate right now. Yep. They'll be back. They'll be back. I've also thought about separating the spawning for the different classes so that they can all spawn just as frequently as each other. I guess the equivalent would be to just divide it 33% for each. Okay. You're on water. What? Yeah, you're on the boat. You stood on the boat as it left. Oh, right, because of the race condition between it. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, I know about that one. I haven't fixed some of the race conditions in the basically in the movement system. It's possible to decide to move simultaneous to something else. Technically, it's not a race condition. It's a simultaneous move problem. There's no conflict resolution in the move system. So if two things decide to move to the same spot, or one decides to move and it can only move because the boat's there and the boat simultaneously decides to move as well, it's, yeah, they aren't serialized and resolved in sequence correctly right now. By the way, hello, live coding. I never said hi to you. Or get off my lawn, you damn kids. Hello, how are you doing? Hopefully you don't have any kids on your lawn right now. Let's see. So I need to put correct values in here, don't I? Just copy from the tests above here. 123.456. That is the cooldown. The move is not present, I guess. We'll just test a null. And then let's do true false, just to mix things up. So this is the shape that I should get. No move. Move off is true. Move on is false. Yes, okay. Negative kids detected on lawn. This is good. Run. We're going to get the same invalid JSON because I haven't written the code yet. Alrighty. This is actually a simple one like the, where was it? Like door, only without the modifiers. So I can just copy this, copy some of this. Actually, I could have just copied this one. Yeah, GC. All right. So this is input. All right. And then we have cooldown. We have move. Move off. Move on. Key. Input. Oh, I don't have keys for that? Really? No, I do for that. And that's a real. These I don't though, right? It's just carried as is. How come this is not resolving? Is it just taking it a while? It just took it a while. Okay. This one's a text and these two are booleans. Done. No problemo, easy peasy. Keep breaking the game. What'd you do now? What you breaking my game for, sir? Yeah, you're standing next to a tree. What happened? You didn't break the tree, did you? You can't move. Tree branch fell on you. I wonder if it's because this move is set. Or it could be that that there are entities in the way here. No, there's nothing there. There is a tree there. Yeah, I don't know why you can't move. It errored in the send to game now function. Still can't move in any direction even after you reload? Hold on. Let's see if there are any ghosts nearby I can peek at. Let's peek at this ghost. I think it's the presence of that move flag. So, interesting that it's still set. We'll just remove it. Now let's see if you can move. The cooldown might be wrong. That's no way for me to tell, though. Yeah, it saves the moment I actually edit this, so it's gone. That move field is gone now. Still can't? Alright. Let's erase the move cooldown. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to move now. Still no? I don't know what it is then. You should be able to move. Did you reload? Does it save when you exit the tab? The game is all the state is on the server side, so it doesn't matter if you reload the tab. You can move now. Okay. But I didn't see you move. You must have moved though, because the cooldown changed. Yep, you like the boat? Hey, Irish John. Boats on rails, just like a Disneyland ride. Okay. Well, the only thing I can think of doing right now is to add that to the to-do list. So this would be a game system problem, right? Well, let me write down what I observed. So, investigate issue where player character gets stuck and cannot move. So this happened to A squared on 20/06/25. The in component showed a value for move, and both move on and move. By the way, very coincidental because that's the component I was working on just now, right? Move on, move off. Were both false. Removing the move key alone didn't fix it, but zeroing out the CD did as well. Did. I don't know how to phrase that better. You broke it again? Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with the input system. Okay, so maybe it has nothing to do with this. So, I didn't even spell your name right. A squared is able to reproduce this problem. This time, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the in component. So do you know what you're doing to cause it though? Escalate it to tier 2, yeah, have the cat look at it. Are you just like mashing the left right keys over and over again until you get stuck? Is that what's going on? Pressing the buttons fast? Oh, are you might be hitting the rate limit. Not even that fast? Okay, possibility. I hate that it's coloring it blue like that. Possibility hitting the client message limit. Yeah, reloading will get you a new client, which is a new state. If it's the client message limit, then it would also be solved just by sitting still for a while and then trying to move. Don't know why you'd get stuck for 5 minutes, though. Probably not, since A squared was stuck for 5 minutes. I don't know. I'm baffled. I'm not even sure what I should do to try to pin that down. Maybe I'd have to instrument a whole lot of things to figure out what state it was in. But it's in some kind of if it's resolved by reloading, then it has not much to do with the game data. It has to do with the client state, I think. So it could be in a bug in the front end. It's not sending it. So it could be that the client side rate limit stuff kicked in. Game messages. Game connection. Send to game now. Yeah, there could be a bug in this code here. Basically what it is, it's a rate limiting queue. So if you have too many requests, it will delay it by a certain amount. 527? Not a function. That's the wrong line number. So it's probably what's in production probably is different from what's in test now. So it's something that's been compiled out of this. So it's probably the bug here. All right, I'll try to see if I can So you're saying you're actually getting an error? A console error message appears when this happens. Possibility. There's a bug in the front end dealing with sending messages, sending client messages. Yeah, the admin key check, that you wouldn't hit that. Actually, you might. Get state it's a function. I don't know what it would complain about something not being a function though. It goes through this constantly, right? It says, okay, we're not connected to any particular server. Are we connected as admin? No. Then pick the active socket. And then it should then send the message to that socket. But there could be a bug in this windowing system also. Hey there, Toulouse. Because there's no TDD for the front end. Clearly, of course. Hello. All right. I don't feel like I want to debug this right now, though. But getState is a function. Unless I'm calling send to game now and not passing getState at some point. I guess I can look for that really quick. GetState, getState, getState. Yep. And getState is send to game now. GetState is here. Oh, this is missing getState though. Do you see that? Ooh, I think I found it. Look, we're passing enhancements and now, but we're not passing getState here. Ooh. Shh, don't tell anybody it was missing. It was missing. Hey there, Rally Monkey. So it has to do with the queuing of game requests. You can find all the places that you see. I don't know what you mean, man, but okay. That's probably it. It called it with, so that's going to be undefined, and then it'll pass undefined for getState, and it'll say, oh, that's not a function. So should I just deploy that now? When's the last time I actually deployed the front end, and have I changed it since then? Git k dot. I just did some changing. Oh, that's right. I think I'll make a branch off of this one to commit that change. So, yeah. Let's how do I want to do this? Git check out that one. Git checkout -b front 151 front 1.51.7. I have to stash it first. Well, actually, let's check any other change first. That's unrelated, right? Did I get that to pass, by the way? I don't know if I did. Run it again. I didn't. Did I not finish writing that code? I did write it. So, hold on. Let me just stash all of this. No, hold on. I can't do two things at once. Let me fix this. Let me get this one fixed first, and then I'll deploy that change and we'll test it out. Okay, so but I should give you a bunch of points. Let's give you 15 points, A squared. All right, yay, points. Why is this failing with invalid JSON? Am I putting it into the wrong table or something? Insert into input. Cooldown move, move off, move on. I was thinking maybe that was badly formatted or something, but I don't see anything wrong there. Hey there, classical Bluetooth. Is it? See, this is why we have Toulouse in chat. Thank you, Toulouse. Now it'll pass, right? Yes. Okay, and then I can mark it off. Go to the top, go to input. You'd think that I'd be able to find it really quickly, but there's a lot of places where input is in. Okay, so obviously I'm not finding it that way. It was in database. Here. Oh, because it's in, not input. Right, okay. Did I get the name right here? I didn't. This is wrong. How did this ever work? Wait a second. It is in, right? Not input. What? Oh, yeah, that should be in. This should be in also. And then, component type in. There we go. It was going to put it into input instead of in. Don't worry, A squared will fix it. Almost there. Okay. Refresh that guy. That's the bug fix. We want to check in the other branch. Okay, so then let me just cheat and do this. So I can make a new commit that says that. Add support for deserializing in input components. Okay, so push that, and now I'm going to stash and then make a new branch off of the label. Then stash pop. And it's going to not know what target means, but that's okay. I can actually fix that really quick just by going here and doing a cargo clean. Right? Oh, there's not even a cargo toml in this version. So I have to just remove it. Alright, so this is going... I should need to include the package JSON also. 151.8. And while I'm checking that in, let's build it. npm build. Run build? Run build, right? Okay, and then get GUI. So... fix bug where player characters could get or really fix bug where a client could get stuck, unable to send messages. 151.8. Front 151.8. It built it, so let's do a W deploy. And this might let me I mean, this might cause me to drop frames for a second. Just a heads up. Deploying. See, by holding very still, you didn't even notice that I dropped 49 frames, did you? Because I can't upload to S3 and Twitch at the same time with my internet connection. Another way of thinking about it is the S3 upload uses all my bandwidth and it's just a hog. Okay, so let's see A squared if you can reproduce the problem. Let's see if I totally broke the client just now. It's not totally broken. Can limit the amount of bandwidth it uses? Yeah, I just haven't bothered to figure out how to do that. You actually doing that right now? That's cool. Yeah, I just never bothered to look it up. One of these days, you know, I'll just stop being lazy. Let's see if I can reproduce the problem. It's by hitting the movement keys a lot, right? Well, I'm not getting stuck. Yeah, you got to reload to try on with the new client. And that's the other thing I never bothered to do. There, I could have made it so that you could be given a pop-up that's saying there's a new version of the client available. You broke it again. That's not possible. Might be cached. Yeah, it might be. I'm not able to break it. Of course, I might not be hitting the buttons as fast as you are. Uh-oh. Nope, I'm stuck too. I am stuck. Can I... Yeah, nothing works. Yep, I'm stuck again, so I didn't fix it. Okay. So is there maybe more than one place, more than one bug there then? Where was that exactly? It was in game connection, right? Actually, I should see it in my console, right? I just don't want to show it on screen. Yeah, type error L is not a function. $467 calling and then getting into, okay, so it is being called from here. ID and message are there. Get state from here. I guess I should trace all these calls. Oh, there's another one. Look at that. There's two of them. There's two of them. There we go. You didn't see that. No, it was never a bug. I deny it. You can't prove anything. All right. Yeah, well, I just pay for it by having to do that again and having to upload again. That's fine. You know, I can hack just like the best of them, right? Amend. Fix another bug. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is .9. Let's go ahead and build it. Origin front 151. Git push tags. All right. Hopefully we got it this time. I just need to wait for it to finish building. Yeah, you didn't see anything, A squared. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, we're gonna drop some frames now. Ready? Dropping frames. Yeah, we dropped a good 80 frames that time, so the stream probably paused for about 2 seconds there. If I have to do this again, then we're gonna find out what Get Off My Lawn is doing to limit the bandwidth. Yeah, I'm up to 116 frames now. I tried to make it not as noticeable by not saying anything or moving while it was going on. Thank you, Get Off My Lawn. Give you a point for that. And let me grab your message. There we go. If I have to do it again. Why does it make you drop frames? Because when I'm uploading, it's using all of my upload instead of allowing OBS to use some of it. You broke it more. Let's see if I can break it. How did you break it more? You can't even respawn. Uh-oh. Can't respawn is not a good thing. You look like you did respawn. Try to connect to WebSocket that's still in connecting state. Oh yeah, that can happen sometimes. Just reload again. That bug is, I know about that one. But it doesn't happen a whole lot, so I haven't bothered to fix it. Once you're connected, it shouldn't happen again. Kicked you to the main page? Weird. I don't know why it would do that. It shouldn't have removed your login token. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, look, you're back, though. I saw you come back in the other window there. Yeah, we're trying to see if that bug's gone away now. The trying to connect to WebSocket is still in connecting state. I need to fix that. And the fact that when you reloaded, it kicked you to the main page, it's probably login frequency check. It fixed itself? Yeah, there'll be a timeout. Basically, it's to try to limit you from sending messages too quickly to the server. I might still need to work on that, though. See, now I saw the I saw it slow down for me. The rate limit kicked in. You got the error again. Which error? The error about the from send to game? I guess I can see if I'm getting it. I am not getting it. Yeah, you have to reload the game. It shouldn't be cached in the server, but your client might be caching it, I suppose. One of these days I'll get all my bugs fixed. I only have like a few hundred of them. I wanted to get this one fixed though because client getting stuck in game is sort of a critical one, right? Should I make sure that the worst that can happen is maybe it slows down for a bit because you're overwhelming the server with requests? We're probably putting a lot of load on the server by doing this, by the way. I'm gonna guess it's fixed. And you guys let me know if you can get it to happen anymore. Let me go ahead and I did tag it. Let's do checkout main again then. and then rebuild. And I should merge in the fixes from that branch before I forget. It just slows down, you get put back to the login screen? You shouldn't get put back to the login screen. Oh, wait. That might happen. It might kick you back out if the back end disagrees with the front end about the message frequency. An attempt was made to use an object that is not or is no longer usable. Oh, I've never seen that one before. Hey, but when we rewrite the client in Rust, we won't have these errors, right? Because we'll have worked out all the bugs beforehand. The Rust compiler will help us, right? Game connection 117. What's in 117? Oh, connecting to the WebSocket in the first place? The only thing I can think of, if that is giving you an error about an object that's not usable, it could be the host port number. Socket info might be wrong. The handoff is not happening, so it's probably this one. Unless I have a race, I probably have a bug somewhere in there. Looks like the same method you were on before, line 557, is where the WebSocket gets sent to before it's ready. Right here. That's where it actually sends messages to the server, yeah. That's the one place in the code where we end up getting to if we're ready to send. Yeah, this, if you sent it, if the client sends it and the server says, oh, he's sending too fast, then you could get disconnected by the server. Yeah. But this whole design was supposed to prevent that. So there's this max requests per second, nine requests per second. Maybe there's not enough margin on that. Somebody gets there before it's ready to send? I don't know. It makes me think that this whole thing is just designed poorly. I need to redo it. You know? Redo it in Rust. Yeah, the getting logged out from spam, it should be prevented by this max server requests per second. This is a limit placed on how frequently the client sends requests to the server. It should always be kept smaller or shorter than the corresponding limit on the server, which I think is 10, to avoid the situation where the client thinks the requests are just on a limit, but due to lag, floating point error, etc., the server thinks it's over the limit. If the server thinks it's over the limit, that's when you just get disconnected and logged out. Yeah, so this, I guess there's just bugs in that, or just designed poorly. I will have to work on that some other time, though, because I don't really feel like working on it now. If it's a quick fix like the one we just did, I'm okay doing that. So this was under games. I put it under game systems, didn't I? Okay, so solution. This was caused by two separate places where the get state variable was not included in the function calls to scheduling the next game request, right? We could see it here in the main branch. It's missing also. All right. Yeah, before I forget, let me merge in those changes from the main branch, from that branch, right? So I would why is to do marked? Oh, right. Mark 1 problem solved. 1 problem solved, 3 more problems opened, right? I didn't mark it. There we go. Solved. All right. Yeah, I know. Using JavaScript instead of TypeScript. Maybe we'll move to Rust instead. We won't use JavaScript or TypeScript. All right, so I want to, I basically want to merge from that branch, right? Why is it opening an error for me? Yeah. Push that merge in. Now it should be fixed in the main branch too. Yeah, get state. Okay. Even bigger. I know, even bigger pog. Well, CM Griffing's been using Rust on WebAssembly, so it doesn't look that bad. The guy who makes this the chat overlay above my head, CM Griffing, he's been doing Rust and WebAssembly for a couple weeks now. So maybe that's what we moved to instead of doing it in JavaScript. I don't know. We'll have to find it. We'll have to see. Who knows? The shadow knows. All right, that was a bad one. Database spec here, right? Is interact next? Interact was a list, if I remember right. Yeah. In fact, it's a list that's kind of buggy right now. If everybody jumped off a bridge, would you do it? If everyone jumped off a bridge, would you do it? Of course. As long as I had a parachute. All right. And the bridge had to be tall and high enough so that I could still pull the cord on the chute before I hit the water or ground or whatever. Okay, so this is a table of associations, right? Common. Yeah, the other. Okay, so this is going to require a little bit of different code that I don't have yet. But let's just do it anyway. So then interact will have its own little test for deserialization copied from this one. Blick, blick. Interact. Deserialize. Yeah, I need to do like a bunch of inserts. So insert into interact. E and other, right? Can I put them all in one line? I probably can. Values 523.1. Yeah. If I put them all in one line, sometimes that pop-up really annoys me. Especially when it follows my cursor. In the past, I've increased the delay before it kicks in. Maybe I'll start doing that again. I'm just basically copying the numbers from the other test here. Oh, bye, man. Have a good day. And also, I should say hi to Initiative. Hi. I haven't said hi to you yet. Okay, inserting these rows. Deserialize, there should be an array that looks like this. For, yeah, this is actually the component we want to see. Right here. That array is what we should get for interact. For component, for entity 523, we should have that array if we have those values. Perfect. That's what I want. Oops, I hit the debug button. I didn't want that. I wanted to hit the show log button. Invalid JSON. Correct. All right, so then let's flip back to components. Or I'm going to add another entry here. This one's for interact. I think they're both called interact. Only I can't use that one. Is there a way I could see where it's declared? Is it only... It's not in a header file? Oh, bummer. Okay. I think I want this extract integer array elements from database, don't I? Oh no, that's slightly different. But I want something like this. Yes, I want something like this. So, I guess what I'll do is, right, I had globals. What if I have, interact? Actually, no. Actually, yeah, why not? Just make a copy of this. Call it interact. Interact, and go to the CMake lists. Call this interact. Between globals and look, right? Yep. Okay, and then in the header files, globals is now interact. Okay. CMake configure. One of these days I'm going to go fix that. When I get fed up with seeing that warning, I'm going to go fix it myself. Okay, so this one, let's just say extract interact from database. So then the entry in the table is just going to look like globals did. It's just going to have just a function call right here. Extract interact from database. Okay. Okay, so then what kind of statement do we want? It needs to mirror what the shape of the database is. So that's E other. Select E other from interact. Okay, and then this is all going to be interact. Right, so we get access to where we're going to store those components, and then each step is going to give us another element of an array, right? So we're going to fetch the entity and we're going to fetch the other. And they are both integers, right? Right, and then I need to get access to the entity. So auto interact equals components entity, actually. And then if it didn't exist, it will not be an array. So we'll say if interact.getType is not equal to JSON value type array, then we're going to say interact equals a JSON array, which is empty. Then we can just say interact.add other, and we're done. Easy. Easy clap. All right, so then back to... Oh, no, it didn't build. What didn't build? Identifier not found. Oh, because we didn't include it. Again, getting too used to Rust to remember that I need to include headers. Interact. Maybe I should jump back into the Rust for the second part of today. I was getting so frustrated with it yesterday that I didn't want to do it today, but I can't give up, right? Just go back to it when I'm not as frustrated. Maybe I'll give it a second shot. Maybe I'll describe to chat what I'm trying to do, and the people who know Rust better than me can tell me what the error in my thinking. All right. Test. Interact. Run tests. Yay, that was quick. Yeah, rubber ducks. Yeah, if I can rubber duck it, maybe I'll figure it out myself too, right? But I do need to make progress in this, right? Because there are a lot of different components that have different shapes in the database. Once I get through it, though, I'll be in good shape. No pun intended. All right, let's add that to the history. And I can't cheat this time. I have to actually type it in. Work in progress, connecting ECS to database. So add deserialization of interact table. Git push that. Okay, maybe what I'll do is I'll take a break and then come back and rubber duck design the Rust items tool again, and kind of show you what changes I made when I wasn't streaming and where I got stuck, and maybe try to figure it out. We can all try to figure out what I should be doing. But yeah, let me take another 3-minute break, and so I'm setting that up right now. I'll be back. I am back. All right. Let's close all this stuff. Close it all down. Let's switch over to a Rust branch. All right. So I reorganized this a little bit because the original version of the tools, like for example the item script here, imports a common part. So like the script also uses that common part. And the deploy script also uses the common part. What the common part is designed to do is do what's common between all those tools, which is to basically to handle the authentication challenge response part, and then to do the main loop where we figure out which server we're connecting to, and we connect to it, and then we authenticate, and then we just the rest of it's just event driven by messages we receive from the server. Every time we receive a message, we go look up a handler that matches the message type, and that handler message will then send the next message back to the server, that kind of thing. So I wanted to do the same kind of thing in Rust. So here's my attempt so far. Instead of calling it common, I'm calling it admin tool. But it's supposed to be a library. And here's where I might be getting things mixed up. So admin tool has the base, which has the... so this is roughly the equivalent of what I have in common, where I have just the stop flag and the admin key and the handlers, which you can't... which for some reason I didn't declare up here, but they're added down here somewhere. Oh, they're added out of the... They're class... They're not instance members. So since I don't know how to do that in Rust, the closest thing was to have it be a field. So that handlers is a hash map from basically a string. Although I tried to be smart about this, I could just back this up a little bit to make it simpler for now and make it just string, I guess. Thank you for the follows. And then the values are handlers, and so this is my idea, that the handler functions in Python were members of either the common class, in this case the on-auth challenge, or if we're in like the items script itself, it is added right here on entities, right? So either way, they are they're in Python, they're asynchronous functions that take the WebSocket and the message, and then this is the idea of the self. So for the common, the self is the common part. For the item script, the self is the items. So it's kind of using inheritance, which I think that's the root of the problem. Trying to get this to work in Rust just doesn't fit. Damn, it's been 2 hours. What's taking so long to go live to realize you weren't following me? Aw. Hey there, Riot Dev. How are you doing today? Well, you missed the non-Rust part. Now I'm going to try to duck type the idea of my design about how importing this Python tool to Rust and how I'm kind of stuck on it. Yeah, I put it in the Discord too. Although I've been meaning to also put that Discord into Matrix. The stream's going okay. Mapping inheritance takes some thought. Yeah, so I think the answer is I shouldn't be doing inheritance. Hey there, Lunar Artifice. Okay, so let me show you the items, the actual items tool. So what it does is first get the realm name, then get the name of the item we want to find, and then read in the configuration file, figure out what server, and some of this actually kind of want to move into the base or the common part. I should just call it common, not base, because base implies that it's a base class like inheritance. Anyway, we're going to make a new instance of the tool, give it the name of the item, and then run the tool. And running the tool means to, right now, it's just delegating to that base component. And what that does is it connects to the game through WebSocket, it sends the authentication request, and then just like the Python does, it's going to then go into a loop while we're not told to stop. It's just going to read the next message, and then the way it tries to, the way it handles the message is just like in the Python, it figures out the which message it is by parsing the message as a JSON value, and then in handle it looks up the type of the message and then uses that as a key into the self handlers, right? Can pass around a common state object. Yeah, that's what we're kind of doing. This base is the common. Well, let's just call it common. That's what it is. Let me fix this so that it says common instead of base. Common, right? Because it's not a... I don't want it to be a base class. It should just be common. Common instead of base, right? I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, here we go. Missing that, and I'm missing that. And I'm missing something else up here. Where is it? Here it is. Alright, so this one's good, and then I go back here, and instead of base, it's common. Alright, so all of these bases are now commons. Line 150. Did I miss it? Now line 150 is okay. I probably already got it, right? Back to Rust, yeah. Back to banging my head against the rusty wall. Okay. Why am I getting little lines somewhere here? What's it trying to tell me? Oh, that's just search. Okay, never mind. Okay, I think I'm okay here. Cargo Clippy, right? Just to make sure I can break it. Yeah, okay, so we don't get any warnings or anything with Clippy. The problem I'm running into is that the common part in the Python, when it's done authenticating, it calls the work function, and that work function is in the derived class. Actually, maybe I do it the same way I do it here. When we call run on the common part, we tell it what function to call to do the work. Maybe that's the problem I need to do. Why do I have a comment that just says move? Because I learned about the cow class. Because this is a cow. See? Moo. Cow. Clone on right. Can do that or use a trait. See, when problem is that doesn't help me so much to say use a trait, because I already have a trait. So I know it's hard to get across ideas in chat, so I wish I could get the full thought. Because you're probably right, I need to use a trait, but just exactly how to use a trait I'm not quite sure about. I don't even know if the way I'm doing this is right. So I have defined this trait admin tool, and I want the items, where is it? Oh, because I didn't pin it, it's not open. Pin it there. This items thing implements admin tool, right? So it implements what I want to do for the work, which is to fetch the items, right? But I haven't figured out yet how to call the work function from the auth challenge. So it's commented out right now. You can use a trait object, box the admin tool to refer to your object. But the problem I have with that, I guess, is it seems to me like a circular reference, because if items contains the common part, and the common part has a boxed reference back to items, isn't that a circular reference? You can make a generic and type tool with a trait bound. It's okay to have a circular reference in a box? Okay, I can try that. So, kind of like how I did in the Python, right? I had, when it instantiates common, where does it do that? I guess we do that in the constructor here. No, we construct it, but we don't link it yet. Was it in run? Yeah, in the run, we pass our own work function, which is a lambda in Python, which would be a, if I did it the same way in Rust, it would be a closure. which closes on self. I think that's the main problem. I was running into a lot of problems yesterday where I would capture self in a closure and that borrows a reference and then I can't use the self anymore. Is the current task up to date? Nope, it's not. It's not up to date because I did that earlier. Now it's duck typing. Is that the right term? Duck typing. I don't know if I'm using the right term here. I don't think it's not duck typing. What's the name of the term? Duck programming? Ducking? Speaking out loud to explain a problem, to understand a problem. Rubber ducking, thank you. Yes. Yeah, okay, that's the term. Why do I get that confused with duck typing? Rubber ducking. The current architecture of a tool being ported from to Rust. Yep. It's ducks all the way down because the duck part, yeah. All right, so yeah, this is what I was running into yesterday. Whenever I do try to do something like that in Rust, where it captures self, then this is not allowed. The equivalent of that in Rust is not allowed, and it kept saying me, oh, you can't do that because now you're borrowing a mutable reference to self, where you already have an immutable reference to self captured in work. So that's the problem I was running into. I guess I can't capture self in a closure without running into that problem again. So how to do a box of items in the main here, I'm not sure. So where do I do it in Python? I do it in run. Does this have a run? It does have a run, right? Run. Right, so if run in Python included that extra work lambda, I want to do the same thing here, but I guess it's through a trait object, right? So I need to, like, box self somehow? And I don't know how to do that. Like, it would be like box... would it help if I made the declaration first? In Python, I put it... Okay, I also captured its own handlers that way. I wonder if I should do the same thing as well. And why did I have to do that bind? I forget why I did that. That doesn't even go anywhere. Bind. Ah. There's bind. I had a big long explanation of why I had to do this. To avoid accidentally sharing the handler variable, we have to make a local copy. I forget why I did. I'm not even going to spend my time on that. It's just passing self to a function with an argument type as dyn admin tool. Yeah, so that's... Yeah, I think you're on the right track there. So... let me get reoriented here. Here... After realm, right? Does it really matter the order? I wanted to keep it similar to what I had here. It was after realm and before why am I passing instances? I'll have to change it to match that later, but we'll put it here. So it's, what do I call it then? Tool. Dyn admin tool. And then the idea is I want to stash it because I want to call it here. I want to say something like self tool work WS. I believe I can just store it, right? I would do that at what point? Or maybe I don't store it. Maybe I pass it to handle. Yeah, what if I pass it to handle? So I would just let it borrow it. So that would be just tool, right? And then handle would also get a tool. And then if handle is given a tool, the handler should be given the tool as well. So then handler... Okay, I already had one there. But that was for self. That is cell. That's... What do I call this? All right, that's to pass the self object. Right, so then I do need another. This one is the... and I can't name it here, right? Yeah, so then the handlers all have to have that extra one, but this is... I should just rename this one common. Right? And this is what I learned last night, that if you can downcast if you support any. And I don't quite understand this completely yet, but yeah, if you support if you have something that well, you can take self and use it in place of dyn any. And if you turn something into an any, then you can do basically a dynamic cast back to common. And because we can't use self because it's a keyword, I use this instead. If you can just keep passing around, that's better. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that's what I need to do. See, why does it not like dyn here? Because I don't have a name for it. This would be a tool. I want to rename this one, though. Let's call this one common. Yeah. The admin tool just be common, not dynamic, and then pass the dynamic admin tool separately. What I wanted it to do, though, was when we... And this is actually working. When the items is constructed, it adds its own handlers in there. And those handlers do the same kind of dynamic cast, but it's down to items and not common. Right? Because the handler that we're putting in here is actually an items function, not a common function. You see what I'm saying? Because we're taking on chat from items. This will actually not be the common, it'll actually be items. It'll actually be items. How do I do that? Just replace it and then copy paste. So if I did what you said and just be common, then I wouldn't be able to get back to this items anymore. That's the problem I'm running into. Unless you're saying that if we're passing around the end tool anyway, then I don't even need... Well, actually, I guess you're right. I could have them both together. Yeah, they have to have access to the common data because one of these has to call to set the stop field. Where does that have? Yeah, in here. This says... Well, actually, it already has reference to common. The only handler that needs access to common is the common's own on-auth challenge, right? Because it needs to use the admin private key and get to the tool also. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, if we're now going to be passing the this is the tool, then this doesn't need to be dynamic anymore. It could just be common, right? And then we don't need to cast that one. Okay. That's making sense to me. So we're passing along the tool that we're given through a different means to get back to it. All right. You've convinced me. So then passing the tool through that way. Okay. So that means I don't really need this as any anymore, right? Or do I still need it because of that to downcast it? Admin tool is the different what I call it, the derived classes, the actual tools. So if I get rid of it though, then how would I going back to here, how would I recover it in on entities to get back to find items after items cached and item has matching name? How do I get back to that? That's the problem. Hey there, Backcraft. The only way we can get to this function is if we know that the type is items, and the only way I know how to do that so far is we take a trait object and we downcast it. You want to call a trait function. But these aren't trait functions. These are specific to items. That's my problem. So call items run. Yeah, we did that down here. Items run. Which is going to, now I need to actually add that, right? I need to pass the self.common. Because common run wants it. Oh no, it's self. Right? So I'm worried about borrowing self when I do that. There. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was doing a lot yesterday. Yeah, I think it's okay to do that, right? Actually, well, we'll find out when I resolve all these warnings. Let's just, this is what I was doing yesterday. Just try to go with it and see how far I can get with it. Okay, it needs to be mutable. Yes. And this won't work because the type doesn't match, because this should be not mute dyn admin tool, it was mute common. Does it actually need, yeah, it does need to be mutable. All right, and then this one, actually it's just going to be tool.work. And why can't I call that? Oh, it doesn't actually return anything. Yeah, I need to change the trait. This needs to actually return a result so that we know if there's an error or not. I think. What did the original Python do? That would be in the common part. I think, just like any other handler, it might throw. Hold on. What is work? Work is to call self work, which calls a command. Which can fail. Okay, so it was the same thing. It can fail. So work can return an error. Handle, oh, what's wrong with this? It's not mutable. Right, it's not mutable. Here. Okay, down to one error down here. So I don't need to actually implement admin tool for common anymore, right? Or did I? Oh, yeah, I don't need to do this anymore. We already have a common. So this is just common. Which I can I just say self for that now? Self, and get rid of that? Will that just work? Oh, nice. Okay, no more errors here. Gonna do some work in your Minecraft mod because you haven't done it in a little while? That's a good idea. Yeah, if you take a break from something for too long, it can be hard to get back into it if you've forgotten stuff. Yeah, this is some magic. What is this magic? Okay, so these are issues because these aren't this anymore. It's common. Common. And it's not dine anymore. Right? And then we're also given the tool, which is a mute dine omniring admin tool. Oh, cool. So we placated that one, and then the same. This is where the dark magic comes back into play, right? Because although we don't need the common for this one, we do need the tool, and the tool is to recover our own state. And that actually worked. Well, what do you know? So now I'm using this because I can't use self, and we have our own context from the tool. All right. Now this work doesn't match the trait anymore. The trait was returns a result. Result. And what's wrong with that? Oh, because we're not returning it here. So I don't need to unwrap that. And no semicolon. All right, and now common run is wrong. Okay, this is what I was afraid of. This is what I was running into all yesterday. I can't borrow it as mutable more than once at a time. Second borrow occurs there. First borrow occurs on the same line. So I can actually just see it in this window, right? So it says that we borrowed it there, so we can't borrow it over here. So how do I have the tool passed into the common part so that it can be given back? I don't know how to do that. Why do I need a mutable borrow? Because the handlers actually mutate things. So an example of that would be on entities. It will insert into the items each entity that it gets back from the server. So insert into items is mutating the tool. So it has to be mutable. And even if it wasn't, I think it's still a problem because run is itself mutable. Right? And you can't have two references unless both of them are immutable. So this makes, since I was running into this a lot yesterday, it just made me think at the end of the day, you know, this whole architecture is just not going to fit in Rust. It's trying to impose object-oriented implementation inheritance too much, like the base derived class thing. It's an awkward fit. So I need to break out of the box and do this a different way, right? Fundamentally, what I want is each tool not to have a copy of all of this auth challenge logic. I want to have like common logic. So maybe another way to think of it is I should just package up this logic as just a reusable function that we can call. The other thing I would like to not have to duplicate is this procedure here where we connect to the WebSocket, we request authentication, and then we have the event loop. I'd love that to be in one place. But again, that could be in the event loop itself, could just be in another object, right? Yeah, what if we had like the items tool could use this common component just to run the event loop and handle authentication. And we could just give it a table of things to call for any other kind of messages. One option is to keep common separate from the tool and pass it around everywhere you need it. Yeah, so maybe approach from the tool point of view. From the main program, we're going to call run, right? And run, basically what it wants to do is the common run, but we need to add our own handlers somehow. So maybe instead of having the handlers be inherent to self, they're just separate somehow. And what if instead of common being part of self, common was a separate thing? In fact, why do I even need to have common be a member of self at all? Why can't I just make a common here? What if I just, maybe that would break it entirely if I just move this out and put it here, right? What if I just did that? So let, it could even be mutable, equal common new, right? And then just do common run self. Could probably force this architecture to work by wrapping the mutable stuff in a ref cell. So yeah, learning what ref cell is like. But that would be forcing it to work. Yeah. I think we want to have a good architecture. So maybe this is the way. So basically separate the common part from the tool completely. We instantiate the common part separately, and then we tell it to run using us as the tool. Yeah. So then I have to resolve the problems up here. These problems are that the handlers are given when we construct. So instead of injecting the handlers into the common part, maybe what we have to do is we have to make our own table and just give it to common. And say common, well, if you don't handle it yourself, here's a table of handlers. Something like that. So then I would be constructing my own table then, instead of, or in addition to having one in common. Actually, the common part is already going to be hard-coded to only handle auth challenge. I think I have an idea then. Rather than handle always looking up in a table, we'll just see, is it auth challenge? Then do it. Otherwise, we're going to look into a table that the tool knows about. Yeah. So then, and I still need the common part because the common runs the event loop and knows how to stop. But I wonder if I could do it through a trait, actually. Let's just keep it the way it is for now. Let's just say the tool is allowed to mutate the common part. Or just return it to the tool and let the tool use match. Yeah, I want to... The main goal is to do this in a way that there's as low redundancy as possible. That the tool only... The items tool only should care about stuff about items, not about the general message handling, that kind of thing. It also handles chat. We could move that into common also. But yeah, getting the entities list and then knowing what to do with that entities list here should be the only concern of the items tool. All right, and then later we're going to have actually other states because we're going to do things other than fetching items. We're also going to be adopting orphaned items. All right, so let me see if I can do this. We'd still have a handlers. But would I need to pass that back? Or would that not be the first argument? Hold on, let me think about this. Let me keep doing it with the dine thing. We'll make that first so that it can be mapped to self a little bit easier. Or does it matter? It makes more logical sense that, hey handler, here's your tool, here's the common part, here's the WebSocket, here's what you received, go handle it. I'm also considering moving the WebSocket back into common because we pass it around everywhere. It could just be held onto by common. But that's a different story. Alright, I need to address this too. It shouldn't be static lifetime. There's no reason for me. If I'm going to do that, I might as well just make it a string. In fact, maybe I'll do that right now just so that it's simple, and I'll get back to trying to use that later. There was a clever attempt to not clone it if we didn't need to. Because if you're given it a static string slice, then you don't need to clone it. You can just hold on to it. But if it wasn't static to begin with, then sure, we would clone it into a string, and the cow would hold on to it. Moo! Let's not be so clever, though, to begin with. And I did this type alias just because that type was a long name. Moo. Okay, so, I guess what I want to have is a handle then, don't I? Let me think about this. No, this handlers should just be given to run. Here, shouldn't it? Yeah. So we have the common part, we have the configuration, the realm, the tool. Let me rearrange this. Let's put the tool up here, and then I'll put handlers here. So, handlers is just going to be a handlers. Right? And then, we can still delegate it to handle, but I can just pass along handlers, borrow it. We can have handlers borrow it. Handle, borrow handlers. Like that. Okay, and then before we look at that, we should do a match, right? Or actually, it could just be just a simple if-else. If message type is what I used to just insert in the in the new down here, auth challenge. If it's auth challenge, just handle it. Otherwise, we're going to look it up in the handlers. And if we find it, then we're going to call it, and then it's tool common. Okay, so tool first, then common, which is self. There. So far, so good. Hey there, Vaders. What is the indentation dots called? Oh, that's just a way to visualize white space. So, you can turn that on with render white space all. So if I turn that to none, those dots go away. Yeah. And there are a couple options here. You can do all. Boundary is kind of interesting. That's where it shows the dots up to the first character, but then no internal white space. And then selection will mean it doesn't show the dots unless you have it in your selection. So I'm in the habit of doing all, because too many times in the past I've been burned by having a mixture of spaces and tabs. So if I ever see spaces and tabs, if there are ever spaces and tabs, I'll see it just as a break in the normal flow of the dots there. I guess this is complaining because I'm not actually doing anything. I need to say, let's just put in like some for now, just to get it to work. And this is warning me why. Unnecessary parentheses. That's true. They are unnecessary. Let's use the to-do macro. Do I have to actually say something in to do here? It just panics, right? So I don't even have to say some. To do. Why auth challenge is not part of handlers? Because the auth challenge is handled in the common part here. That's why. That's the whole intent of having the common part, is that the auth challenge is handled the same way for all tools. So the handlers are what each individual tool knows how to do. The common things are in common. So actually I can just fill that in here now. It's just self.on auth challenge WebSocket message. It doesn't even need the tool. Or does it? No, it does need the tool. Yeah. And that should have worked. Why is that not working? Oh, it needs it to turn it into an option. Okay. I need to clean this up, but for now we'll just do the same thing that I did below here. So ignore the mess. I just need to get it to compile. Could you make common a trait? But it would be the only thing that implements that trait, so I'm not sure why we would do that. But handlers could contain common handlers. I tried to do that Layer 7, but I ran into a problem where where was the problem? Ran into this problem earlier. This became a problem if the way this is written before, I had self base run. Oh no, that's not what I had. Ignore that. What I had here before ended up borrowing self twice, so I ran into a problem with that. Just do function returning result. Okay, this turns it into an option. Oh, so I can just do okay. See, that's the part I'm not used to yet. No, but I needed to turn it into... Oh yeah, it is returning into an option. There we go. Thank you for that. See, these are the things that I don't know yet. Alright, that's much better. Okay. Now I need to still clean this up because this could be written a lot better, right? This is not even correct, is it? I'll have to fix this later. I mostly want this to compile and work, and then I'll clean it up. Now, where's the error around here? Oh, here. Yeah, so we don't have a handlers, do we? No handlers in common anymore. And then we don't need to construct it or any of that stuff. And so I can just reduce it to that, which is nice. Okay, now we have an error around here. Where is it exactly? I see the little... Oh, no, it's down. It's below. It's down here. Okay, so this is wrong somehow. Oh, because I rearranged this, right? It's handle self... I'd rather rearrange this, actually. Put the tools first, and then its handlers, and then the message in the WebSocket. Tool, handlers, then the message, then the WebSocket. Oh my goodness, that actually didn't have an error? Alright. But there are errors in here, of course. Okay, so rather than having the handlers be in common, we're holding on to them, right? There's no need for me to actually have it be in new at all, is there? Can't I do the same thing and just say it's that? There's no... We're not holding on to common there, it's just this? I need to actually steal this. So into the clipboard you go, and that goes there. What's wrong up here? Oh, that we just had to pass common through. Okay, so then the run will just set it up here. So I need to make a new handler. So that's let handlers equal that hand. Oh, is that not exported? Pub type handlers. New. So then instead of items common handlers, it's just handlers. Okay, and then these, the signatures of these need to be fixed. And then what's wrong with common run? It's self and then tool, which is us. Then handlers, which it's borrow. No, we're giving it. We're moving that in. Then the configuration, then the realm, and then the instance is not self. Okay. I have a good feeling about this. So this needs the common part. So that's mute. Well, common, mutable, common. This is not self common, it's just common. So then where that's called, I need to pass common through to that, which we have. Look at that. I have it. So I can just give it the common part. Okay, now I just need to resolve these handlers. So they need to follow the they need to match a handler. So that's to start tool first. Then common, then WebSocket, then value. Okay, so it's just rearranging their arguments. And it doesn't like me to do that. Why? Can't borrow handlers as mutable. It's not declared as mutable. That's true. Was that it? It's showing that it will compile now. Really? And there's just one thing I'm not using, which is the tool on line 66 of main. Yeah, we're not using tool in on chat. Oh my goodness. I don't think I've actually ever gotten this to build since yesterday. Yeah, so we're passing around the common. The problem is if common is inside the tool, we were borrowing from self twice, right? I can demonstrate that. I want to see the tool work first, though. So let me run it in this shell. Items rust, right? Rusty iron key. Yeah, so it actually works. What's the cool thing about getting past the Rust compiler is that usually then it works. Okay, so let me try to demonstrate the problem with the self thing. If what I had before was if I had common be inside of self, then we end up borrowing from self twice. Let me demonstrate that. So we'll put common here, and common is that, right? Actually, I need that line. I need this line. Whoops. I need this line in a minute. Down when we do the new. Right here. Why did that not work? What did I do wrong there? Oh, there's no let. And that needs to be a colon. Okay. Yes, so you can say self dot, right? So here's the problem. It's going to say I borrowed it more than once, right? It's going to say I borrowed self here, but then I tried to borrow it again here. So that's why we have to pass it around. Rust doesn't like object-oriented type encapsulation. If you have some separate piece of data that separate parts need to mutate, you better keep them separate. Yeah, so that's what I'm learning. So I need to untrain my brain, C++, where everything is like encapsulated within other things. We can't do that. So now common is a separate thing that we constructed when we needed it, which is actually better, right? So we just construct it here where we need it, set up our handlers, and then tell the common thing to run with those handlers. The only complicated thing is this self, because that is a dynamic, it's a trait object, right? So, and that uses that in the handlers to call us back. So, for example, this one, that is actually going to be our instance. It would be cool if I could get away with not doing that, but this is the only way I know how to do it so far, is if common doesn't know items other than through as a trait object, then we have to recover our self. I'm calling it this because we can't call it self, in order to get to our own state. And looks like I dropped a bunch of frames there. So if the stream appeared to pause, it was probably my end. Anyway, this works, right? Yep. Now let me try to be more clever about that string. I think I can get away with not having a copy. Right, so like right now I really don't need to do that because they already are, oh no, the into is to clone it. So we're cloning these strings and we might not need to, right? So the idea here, like we might not need to have a string, so I had the idea of doing borrow clone on write a string, but we have to give the string a lifetime. So if we made it lifetime handlers string, right, then I have to define it here, handlers, and then is this correct syntax here? What did I do wrong here? Is it that? Yeah, that's what it is. Why just keep it string? Because that's an unnecessary clone. Why clone when you don't have to? We're optimizing, I guess. I guess you can say that in the order of dev operations, we got it to work and we made it right. Now we're making it fast. No, we're just being silly. Copy on a clone on write is not generic over the reference, but the own type. Yeah, right. That's why. So this is, I get it, the syntax is a little clumsy to me. You think string is better here, but then it'll clone it unnecessarily. And I think I only needed to do that. Now it still works, right? Now it won't need to clone those strings. So one fewer allocation. Are you saying it's better because this is harder to read? You don't think I'm really cloning it? This won't clone it because this is static lifetime. It'll say I don't need to clone it, right? We're not actually writing to the slice. We're only borrowing it. It's more confusing. I guess. Performance difference here should be minimal. I want to get in the habit of knowing how to do that, though. So here, it's not going to clone it anymore, right? You can't have it a string. Well, I could only if these are static. But if I like constructed it, like let's say I was trying to be clever and I said let type entities type equals string format. I don't know, int ities, and then I do that. Now it will clone it because this life lifetime ends. Actually, I guess it's okay because... Oh, right. It's okay because I don't need to do any of this stuff because we only need the handlers as long as this is run. So it would only matter if we're going to hold onto the handlers separately. Which I'm not going to do anyway because I would end up borrowing from self twice. So this whole thing is meaningless. I ought to just make this string and be done with it, right? I have to say static. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Goodbye, cow. We're just going to have it say entities. There we go. So it made more sense when we didn't know the original lifetime of the strings put into that hash map, but it's sort of irrelevant now because the handlers actually has a short lifetime. Yeah, and we're only going to be using static strings with this tool anyway, right? I can't think of how we would ever call run with a handlers table where we didn't use static strings. Now benchmark it? Compared to what, though? Compared to the cow that I had before, it should be the same. Since the cow wouldn't actually have cloned it in the first place. Oh, versus Python? Yeah, I guess we could do that. What was that tool again? .cargo bin. Hyperfine, that's what it was. Hyperfine, items, rusty iron key versus items, find rusty iron key. There we go. Oh yeah, well this is the debug build, so it's going to be Rust with one hand tied behind its back. Then we'll do it again with the release build. Yeah, the Python is super slow. 2.5 times faster. So let's do the build with release. And while that's going, let me change the items rust command to do the release build. We're building. Guess I'll self-hydrate while we're building. Yeah, it shouldn't have been any faster. I was mostly just changing the architecture so that I could extend it. The comma stuff is extensible now. Let's run it again. It is faster. Look at that. Oh yeah, it shouldn't get slower. 2.56 plus or minus 0.13 times faster. It looked like it was a lot faster, but I guess I guess that's really not significant. Huh. Hydrate again? Alright. Lulz. IO is probably the bottleneck. Well, yeah, it's all of the, it's doing transport layer security, it's doing WebSockets, and it's talking to a server which has to fetch all the items. It has to send all that data back to the client, and that's going to be the same whether it's Python or Rust. One more? No, that's okay. Too much hydration gets me irritated. Give you your points back. If I could put a cooldown on those commands, actually, can you? Anybody know? Can I put a cooldown on the rewards so that they can't like be spammed? Let's see. Edit. I can limit redemptions per stream, but I don't see how I can put a cooldown on it. Yeah. No, yeah, I don't, yeah. In the past, I've indulged, like, spamming it, but yeah, I feel like it crosses it starts to approach that line where I get exploited. So I'd rather just inflate the number so it costs more channel points. Or if I could just put a cooldown on it, that would be better. Okay, now what do I do with this window? I have an extra window now. What do I do with that? I guess I just close it. Pet the cat? There's no cat. No cat there. Inflating the number helps some people don't save it and then open the floodgates. Yeah. Alright, so where was I? I made the release build. I guess I can have the command just use the release build always. I should continue cleaning this up though. Let me see what I need to clean up here in the library. Did I even need this work thing at all? I didn't end up... Oh no, I did use that. I did use those, right? Oh yeah, you're right. It says 0 implementations. But that's because it's not implemented here. It's implemented over down here, right? So if I were to delete that, it won't build now because... Oh, that's weird. I'm misunderstanding here? Yeah, there's no such... Yeah. It should show it, don't you think? It's 0 implementations in this library, but there's 1 implementation in the main program. Yeah, so I guess I am using that. And that's used through what? Through here. Okay, there's a line to clean up. I should have a comment here. Proceed to do the work which the tool wants to do. Proceed to do the tool's work. There we go. Is it a separate crate? Yes, it is. I have 2 different cargo TOML, so it's a different crate. Doesn't analyze over crate boundaries. Yeah, bummer. You would think it would be able to, but I guess it's too complicated. That's okay. I won't hold it against them. Do I have any... Actually, Rust Cargo Clippy would tell me if I had any unused functions, right? I think I just want to comment this stuff for my own sanity. Hey there, Mr. Balrog. Why did the Mexican take anti-anxiety medication for Hispanic attacks? Let's try to steer clear from that kind of joke, all right? But anyway, hello, Mr. Balrog. Also, Dr. Maruk, hello. Why do I have 2 cargos? Because one's a library and the other one's a binary, and I'm going to have many binaries. I guess I could set that into the same... I could put that into the same crate. But the thing I didn't like about putting everything into one crate is because then I have to have only one library. Am I okay with that, though? Maybe I could put them into one crate. Rust has been treating me better today, Dr. Maruk. I think it's the community helping me out. I did not say hi to a few people. Let me go back in time and say hi to Vaders and XLayer 7 and Kamadev. Hello, Kamadev. You want to think about a way to get rid of the dynamic dispatch entirely? You can look at your paste bin above. Okay, yeah, I'd like to take a look at that. Let's take a look at Lunar Artifice's paste bin. Yeah, I'm slowly mutating into a Rustation. Yep, you got it. Okay. It's just a common is something is an iterator. Okay, I got it. And next is a message. So for message in common match message, common next eats it. But then every tool would have to have the same code that I wanted to place in the run, right? So I didn't want to have copies of this while not stop read message, right? Your handler map turns into that match statement. Well, I think it's that right now that this is all in the common, not in the tool. You're suggesting I put this in the tool, not in the common. So every tool would have the same kind of constructions. Like, in other words, like I don't want to have every tool do the WebSocket connect and the sending of the authentication request. Are you saying next would do all of this? So run would become next? I think I see what you're saying. So run goes into the next for an iterator, and I would iterate the common, but that would look weird, wouldn't it? I guess it's no more weird than the names I already picked. I picked common run, and that sort of is sort of weird when you think about it. A better name would be something like run, like connect to server and authenticate. Connect to server, authenticate, and run event loop with our handlers. Well, that's too long. Tends to be the way Rust works. Well, let me see if I can find a compromise. Let me think about it. Oh, that noob is raiding with a party of 6. Hey there, that noob. How was your stream? Need to add some state to comments so that it knows where it is in the connection process. Yeah, that's right. That's John Blowalong? You mean the name of the function there? When I can't think of a good name, I'll start with a long name like that and mull it over in my head for a while and then come up with a shorter name. Right now it's Run. Yeah. Well, it's when I get frustrated not being able to come up with a good name, I just start to make a long paragraph name. And then I'm like, can I chop that down to a short thing? So, hey there, Ross and that noob. How was your stream, that noob? How are you doing today? So, compromise between that and this. Basically, to eliminate this handlers thing. Yeah, because it doesn't really need to be dynamic dispatch at all. I think I am going to go down this path. I'm going to give Lunar Artifice some points for guiding me this way. I'll give you 5 points. Yeah, probably. Well, it's just like, what am I trying to say? Yeah, we want it to be in charge of doing the dispatch of anything that's not common, right? Could I do that? Couldn't I just do that through a capture? Or through a closure? Yeah, why not I just do it with a closure? A closure which does the match and calls these things. And then it would just forward it to the closure for anything it can't handle. Right? You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't need to have a handlers. Let's see if I can do it this way. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. It'll be fun. So we could actually construct the closure first. So let's just call it let handle equal and we get what for handler? We should be giving back the common, right? Because we don't want to borrow it more than once. Yeah, I know. We have to get closure to it, bud. It's important. How are you doing? Hex-based pathfinding is weird, and you don't like it? Hex-based is just an extension of a grid, right? It's just assigning an arbitrary third coordinate, which is just giving you can move along two of the diagonals. The z direction is just x plus y. Maybe that's why you don't like it. Think of it in terms of cubic coordinates and you might like it better. It's just that the possible moves are not what you would expect with a cube. I like this blog that talked about that. It really helped me understand it. Let me try to find it again. It was, actually it's in A-star. Yeah, this introduction let me put it in this window. From this same blog, it talks about hex grids. Let's see if I can find it. No, maybe I just need to go back up to blog. Hex grid. Grids. Hex grids. I think this is it. He has several blogs for them, but one of them was really good. SQLite procedurally generated code, simplifying the variance. Did I already skip it? Maybe it was maybe it is hexagons. Hexagons. Guide to hexagonal grids. I think this is it. Yeah. This really helped to get comfortable with hex-based stuff, because it talks about how it's related to grid coordinates. You only really need two coordinates. It's just that you can move along these paths which change the x and the y at the same time, right? And then talks about how you can also think about it in terms of cubic coordinates, where you the three coordinates are separated and yet they're linked by a mathematical relationship, x plus y plus z equals 0. And then there's yet another way to think of it through axial coordinates. So going through that, it helped me get comfortable with hex grids. You seen that site before? I really like it. I think it's a really good blog. All right. I have to make a command for that. Hex grid. Add command hex grid. This is a really great blog article explaining hex grids, hexagonal grids. There we go. Hex grid. There you go. Now it's preserved. Okay. We're going to be passed in. We don't need the. No, we do need the tool because we're borrowing. No, I decided not to borrow self. That was the whole point. So I can capture self in this closure, and I do need to pass in common because we're borrowing common there. So I need to have common back again. And I need the WebSocket, and I need the JSON value, so that's a message. And it returns a result. Okay, and then really it's going to be just a match message. It can do the work of parsing the message type for us. That would be nice. Match the message type. Whoops. To chat. calls self.onChat. Can I do this? How come it's not helping me out here? Tool common WebSocket message. So just the common WebSocket message would be nice. And then entities. Self on. See, it's not helping me, which makes me uneasy. But it's probably because I just haven't finished writing this. And then we have to handle all the rest of them, right? I think what we'll do is just error. And we'll let the common part handle the error. Right, I just need to change the signatures of those to be self. Right? And then I don't need to do this downcast thing, which is what we were trying to avoid the whole time, and now this is just self. So far, so good. It's just that I don't need to have handlers anymore. And now we don't pass handlers, we pass handle. And then I have to rewrite the run so that it takes... Instead of handlers now, it's going to be a closure. So let's call it handle. I can't think of a good name. I'll just call it handlers for now, but yeah, I guess I'll just rewrite the type for handlers. It's no longer a hash map, is it? It is now a closure, so that's dyn fn mute, right? Need a generic type in the function? Will I? Handle closure? I'll get the name in a minute. Does it need a mute? It does, doesn't it? And then the argument, I need to get the arguments right. It's, actually it's the same as handler, isn't it? Except for we decided to add another string to the end of that, so... Why don't I just use handler then? And then it's just dyn fn mute, and then we're passing the common WebSocket value, and then now there's also a slice, which is going to have the same lifetime as something else, which I haven't figured out yet. Run, yeah, that's what I'm... Oh, you think I need to do it with generic? Because the size of this is not known? Maybe. Let me see, let me get there naturally through trying to do it this way. I need a better name. So you guys are saying I should call it handle closure. Fine with me. Let's call it handle closure. So then run takes a handle closure. Okay. Yeah, this is the problem. It's going to have a problem with the type not being known, right? Yeah, it can't be known. So I think you're right. I need to... it needs to be on type... I really hate using stuff like F or H. I guess I just do it like you were saying, handle closure. H. Now, why didn't it like this? Aliases cannot be used as traits. Really? Oh, because it was a dyn? No? I can't do that? Do I need to fill that directly in? That's gross. Or is there something else I'm doing wrong here? No, it doesn't like that. That it likes. Wait. I have to do that? I can't use a type alias? Oh, that's gross. Well, shouldn't we be able to do that then, though? I should be able to use that down here. Come on, Rust. Come on, Rust, that should just work. Technically, it's not a type, it's a trait bound. Yes, well, what's the the knowing the difference I'm still rusty at. I mean, I'm still not good at. Okay, well, there's an alternate syntax I can use, right? I can say, where H is that? It's a little bit easier. Traits are not types. A variable cannot ever be a trait. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's saying that whatever type that is, it has to be bound to this trait, and a trait can't be a type. So really, another way to do this would be if they introduce another type, trait bound, or bound. If they had a keyword bound and this became a trait bound, right? It's just some constraint, yeah. So, or you can call it type constraint. I don't know. But anyway, we're not going to need that anymore, right? Because it's not a type. Let's call it HC for handle closure. Actually, I wonder, can I get away with just saying handle closure? There we go. The name lives on. Dyne trait is a bit different. It's a real dynamically dispatched smart pointer. Yeah. It's that difference between those two that I still haven't quite gotten, which is what's leading me down to like not doing the right designs. I need to take a break soon. Okay, but given this grossness, I can do that, and then I can do that here. So it's just borrow that handle closure there. Okay, and then in handle, this is also needs to be handle closure, which unfortunately means I have to do another where and copy this stuff, which is a mess, but okay. Handle closure. All right. Now, am I borrowing it immutably? I think I am, but I'm not sure. Let's see if I can get away with it. So, so in other words, I don't do that get anymore. I just call it, right? So it would just be else handle closure. And it doesn't know what I want. What do I want? I want to pass self WebSocket message type. Oh, probably because of this syntax, right? It's not uncommon to see Rust code bases where half the lines are just some trait bounds repeating over and over again. So maybe they'll fix that. Like, you would think that they should just be able to, like they have a type alias, they should be able to have a trait bound alias. And just make it work the same way. Okay, what's the problem with this? Oh, I need to do an OK. Actually, what I need to do is I want to see that. Actually, no, I don't, because it'll end up going there, won't it? So there we go. Now, why didn't that work? Probably because it needs to be mutable. That's what I thought. I thought I might need to do that. All right. And then probably down here I need to do a similar thing. I have to say, please let me mutate it. And it won't work because it's... Why? It's not declared as mutable. Cannot borrow as mutable because it's not. Did I not do that right? Oh, it's mute in front, right? Yeah. Okay. Hey, look, it actually built that much of it. What's wrong with this one now? Some types are mismatching, probably because I got this wrong, right? Self, this has to be mutable. Is that right? That can't be right. Configuration realm instance. What am I doing wrong here? Have you ever coded a ray tracer? I did when I was learning OpenGL. I did a ray tracer to do collision testing in my custom 3D engine. This is before I was a streamer. And it was all novice level stuff. I didn't optimize it. It was slow. It was bad. But I understand the concept. You just are computing intersections between a line and a sphere or some other shape, right? Type mismatch and closure, so the closure arguments aren't right. Do I need to be explicit in the closure arguments here? It should be able to deduce what common and WebSocket and message type are, right? I don't know. Yeah, it's like an electron microscope, yep. Or a cathode ray tube, same thing. Cathode ray tube was a ray tracer that generated a screen. All right. Expected signature for a bunch of stuff. What did it get? Expected bound lifetime parameter. Why am I having trouble grokking this? The nightly ability could do trait foo equals some ugly generic plus trait plus bound. That's okay. I'll wait for it to go stable. But I will put your note in my notebook nonetheless. Thank you, Silmeth. Let me see if I can get it myself. So, oh, I'm not looking at the right thing. Dang it. I need to look at this. Common WebSocket value string. Yeah. Okay, what's wrong with that? Tool. Oh, there's no tool anymore. Also, there's an underscore here. Should have snake case. Ooh. Yeah, we'll fix that in a little bit. I actually don't need this tool, do I? Yeah, that handle tool it's not needed anymore. Oh, no, we still need it. We still need it because it might tell us to work. No, but yeah, we still need that. Okay, so that's maybe what I'm missing here. No, that's the self. Okay, never mind. That's the tool. Getting so confused. That's the tool, and then the closure. So then I'm missing something, obviously. What is it? Between this and this? I don't know. It's worried that I might keep it longer? Oh, do we want to just make it a reference to the closure then? Yeah. Maybe that's what I want. Home, delete, delete, delete. And then I have to change some of the code down here, don't I? Just do that. Does it have to be mutable? Why did it have to be mutable? Why does it have to borrow it as mutable? I guess that's what I don't understand. Oh, because f and mut. Can I fix that by making it not mutable? I cannot. Because these all mutate self, right? And self is what's captured. Okay. All right. So it has to be mutable everywhere. Got it. Muted here. Where else am I missing it? I think I got it. Now, why didn't it like that? Do I have to say that? No? I don't get it. Yes, I do have to say that, but then there's some other error here. Type mismatch and closure argument still. You're saying it's worried that the run we're only letting it borrow a mutable reference to the closure, so it should be fine, shouldn't it? Or do I need to flip the order in which these are declared? Let me think about this. It should have been okay with that because yeah, I need to look at the error message. Yep. I do. Yeah, that's a snake case problem. All right. It expects a bound lifetime parameter. So why does it need a bound lifetime parameter? Is it because I just have too many dang references in there? Yeah, probably. Okay, well, we can start giving lifetimes to these things. How to do that? I don't know the first thing to do here. I don't know how to bind the life. I guess it's wanting me to bind the lifetime of something there. Is it? Oh, wait. Run needed something. That's what it is, right? No? Why does it expect a bound lifetime? I don't get it. Give tool and the closure the same? Aren't they all? Don't they already have the same? Okay, they don't. We're capturing self, which will outlive our I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me because handle the closure only lives to the end of run, right? Common run borrows it. Yeah, I don't get it. Did I happen to look at the site you linked a while ago to learn X and Y minutes? Not yet. I think I still just have it in my notebook. Why is it on the search? Yeah, I still have it. I haven't gone through my notes from before. You want me to take a look at that? Okay. Then I will take a look at that after the stream. I don't want to do it right now, but let me get back to you on that. All right. I need to work through this problem. Actually, I need to take a break. My break timer is whittling down. It's below 2 minutes now. Let me take a break. I'll clear my head a little bit, and maybe I'll have a better understanding of what I need to do here. So I'll be back in 3 minutes. Let me start the timer. Here we go. Hi, I was mostly standing around the computer stretching, so I saw all the chat there. So, maybe I can do that today on stream. I can look at that learn X and Y minutes and see what I think about the Rust page. And yeah, about the common passing itself to the closure, yeah, that could be it, I guess. Yeah, about the bunny picture, that was years and years ago. I got that picture from somewhere. Maybe I took it. I don't remember. And that was just something to try to fool the kids when they were young into thinking that there was an Easter bunny. Just kidding. There is an Easter bunny. Don't let anybody tell you it's fake. So I just needed a random picture at some point. Needed some avatar. I don't know. I've been thinking these days maybe I'd drop that avatar and just use my face because I have a professional photo of myself. I can just use that. A lot of other streamers are doing that. Just have a picture of themselves be the profile picture. What were the specific errors I was getting? The specific error I'm getting there is that it's expecting a bound lifetime parameter and found a concrete lifetime. And it's looking at the run. And then it's saying that it expected a certain signature for the closure. And this is the part that's really hard for me to parse. Resolving that as an fn once. Maybe that's the problem. It's an fn once instead of an fn mute. Could that be the problem? What if I do move? Did I get a different error? It still says fn once. Granted, I don't really understand what the move does to that. It didn't seem to do anything to it though. Yeah, it's not an fn once though. I need it to be an fn mute. Why does it say found signature of just a function though? I would actually be okay. Oh no, I wouldn't be okay with it. Actually, is that a problem? I'm going to end up borrowing self twice again, aren't I? We aren't defining... Well, here's the lookup table now. We're trying to move the lookup table into being a match. But aren't I going to run into a similar problem as before where we're borrowing self twice? The closure is borrowing self. And then so we're borrowing it here again. Isn't this going to be a problem anyway? Even if I get past the type issue? Since handle and self have related lifetimes, I think you need to change the signature run to tie them together. All right, so if I understand that correctly, I would just annotate the lifetime. So I would just do this. I don't know, run. Is that not how you do it? Or is it down here that I do it? I can't remember. Or no, it's, you have to put it first, right? Yeah. And then I would put it on here. Well, here, right? I don't think that changed anything. Yeah, it didn't change anything at all. Need to annotate the references. So I annotated the don't annotate the closure. That is handle. Or maybe I'm just not understanding what you're asking me to do. Okay, you're saying since handle and self have related lifetimes. Well, it knows the lifetime of handle here. Here, it might not know, so I'm telling it what its lifetime is by doing that, right? And then I'm also annotating... Oh, I didn't annotate self, though. Is that what you're saying? Hold on, what? Oh, right here? Okay, I see what you're saying. Run mute common. Oh, that did it. I don't understand what that does, but it seems to have gotten it passed to now onto another problem. Yeah. Okay, so let me understand what's going on here. So I probably don't need that, right? So it's tying the common to the same lifetime as the run call. No, wait a second. What is this actually doing then? Yeah, it does feel wrong, doesn't it? It's just a syntactical thing. It could have been like at or something. It's just a, I just see it as a prefix, kind of like some languages will have a prefix for variable names, like a dollar sign. So just another prefix character is what I've tagged it in my brain to mean. So you have to tell the compiler that the handle closure generic has the same lifetime as the common. Okay. So then wouldn't I put that here? I didn't. One thing that's weird is I didn't have to do that, right? That seems to be unnecessary. And on the admin tool? Okay, I'll just try putting it everywhere. Same lifetime, binding the lifetimes together. That's a long error message. Just want to say everything has the same lifetime. When in doubt. See, this is where I kind of get frustrated with the whole thing. Why do I even do Rust? Who told me to do Rust? The artifact from OCaml? Yeah. On the trade bound, you mean right here? I had that before, but it didn't seem to make a difference. Yeah, it's not happy. Why don't I just tie it? Why don't I just tie everything, you know? Everything has the same lifetime. Why not? There, I bound every single damn thing, and it still says found concrete lifetime. I don't even know what that means. What does found concrete lifetime mean? Is the 4a syntax necessary? I don't know. I have no idea. But I think I've basically said everything lives the same amount of time. And it's still not happy with this line, although it stopped complaining about it in the editor here for some reason. I don't know. But for the other part of code, yeah, it's here that's having a problem with, right? Line 112. Unless I'm getting my line 112s mixed up. Oh, is that what's going on? It's line 112 in the other file? Rewrite everything in Malbolg next. Or Zep? Or Zip? What is it? Zev? I can't remember. It's for line 145, yeah. So that is down here. Oh, so it's a different problem entirely. I wasn't even looking at the right thing. Okay. This is not even what we're supposed to be doing right now. Yeah. I think I was just, yeah. I'll clean this up in a minute. Right now, everything is bound to run. It's actually having a problem here. Because this doesn't have all of that. Okay, we're going to add it everywhere. Screw it. Everything's going to be bound to that to run. This is what I do when I get frustrated. I say, you get bound to run. You get bound to run. You all get bound to the same lifetime. Because now I am irritated. It's probably a bad thing for me to be doing, right? Yeah, it's going to get really confused. Let's not do this then. Let's just try to be a little bit more smart about it. That's just me venting, I guess. Let's go back to nothing being bound and reason this out. In the case where nothing is bound, where does it complain? It complains in the main, saying that, okay, then we're the the consensus was probably we need to tie the lifetimes of the closure to the common. So from here, the lifetime of the closure specified where? I guess here? And we have to declare it up here, right? And then the common is here, right? And then that should get us right. So now it's in the other place. It's having a problem. Tie tool and handle closure, not common. But you said before to tie common and okay, I can do that. There, right? See, this is I just get confused. I don't know. Let's just go with this one for now. Okay, Silmith says no. Tool has to have the same lifetime as closure. I don't understand why, but we'll go with it. Yeah, that actually didn't help. I think it needs to be on there, right? Oh, I did a cargo. I didn't mean to do a cargo. Damn it. Cargo Clippy. I gotta wait for it to compile all of it again. But yeah, it's still gonna have a problem here, right? Because this needs to have within the lifetime of the call, right? Basically, that needs to be there, and I'm just guessing there. No errors here. Am I enjoying Rust? Yeah, it's this lifetime stuff is a pain in the butt. The syntax is clumsy. The errors don't really help. But once I figure out, it's like, okay, I see what they were getting at. Yeah, exactly. If the experts here are baffled, then like, yeah. No, I'm still doing something wrong. Let's see if I can understand what this is telling me. Lifetime of reference outlives lifetime of borrowed content. The reference is valid for the lifetime handle, but the borrowed content is only valid for the anonymous lifetime one defined by the body. I don't understand that. I'm sorry. I don't get it. Line 17 to 47. Okay, basically for the whole function call, lifetime of reference outlives lifetime of borrowed content. What are we borrowing? Self? It's saying that when you call handle, the common needs to be valid for a handle. Lifetime has handle closure, has lifetime handle, yes. We have an anonymous lifetime that's a reference to the handle closure in some way. Defined on the method body. Oh, because of this? So what if I say handle? This doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. I don't want to type things that I don't understand. Let me remove this. Let me back up a little bit, try to figure this out a different way. Yeah, we're gonna back up. I want to approach this from a point of understanding what the heck is going on. On line 40, I'm calling handle self. But self doesn't live long enough. Self has, oh. It has an anonymous lifetime that doesn't know if it's bigger or smaller than the other one. Does it matter? I don't see why it matters. I mean self doesn't live long enough. Self lives as long as we have it borrowed. I don't get that. I don't get why. When you annotated it, it mattered. Okay, yeah, so I probably annotated it wrong then. Okay, let me read this again. Because if I should try to understand what this means, then I'm getting somewhere. Maybe I need to look up what this means. Concrete lifetime. I'm just missing what... I don't even know what that means. Rust. Concrete lifetime. What does that mean? Yeah, this is me. I can't figure out the lifetimes for this code. This doesn't sound like a familiar problem. Should I try the explain hint? I guess I can. Rust, C, explain. Explain yourself, Rust. It's because of a type mismatch between the associated type of some trait. Okay, this is just too much. Why does it have to be so complicated? Trait, type, associated type. So T is bound to a trait with the associated type of unsigned integer 32. Print something. Okay, and then implement that trait for... Right, that's a bug because that doesn't match that... Oh, wait, no. Never mind. Yeah, that's a problem, right? That's not going to work. Type mismatch. Why do they say bar here? There's no bar up here. Who wrote this code? They use these words that they never used up here. Who wrote this? Okay, anyway. I'm not trying not to get upset. T implements trait cux, whatever that is. Okay, explain, yeah, explanatory comment. Good, let's do this. Can I do it without seeing it in 2 pages, though? This says not only must T be an implement of trait, I guess it continues. This says that foo can only be used with some type that implements trait. Concrete lifetimes enclosure means that the closure you pass is somehow tied to some other concrete values in your code. Usually the closure is tied to capture self and to common, which lives inside self. All I know for sure is that concrete is like stone mixed with water. And then you pour it and then you make a walkway. Other than that, I don't know what concrete means. This is why I was looking up to see what the heck it actually means. Because words have meaning and I don't understand the meaning. So why does concrete mean that it's tied? Like, if you say concrete and then you use concrete in the definition, that's self-defining, which I don't like. It doesn't help me out. Aggregate, not stone. Hey there, grumpy game dev. Yeah, I'm getting grumpy. I just want a definition. Definition, please. Concrete. Yeah, but they use it without defining what they mean. Okay, yeah, I don't like this. They don't say what the word concrete means. You like Grumpy Raimu? Just in time, that's right. Now I just want a definition of what concrete lifetime, what is the definition? I don't want them to use the word concrete when they define concrete lifetime. What does concrete mean? How about Rust? What does concrete mean? Rust language. I can assume, but you know, assume makes an ass out of you and me. Okay, I'm not gonna get a definition for concrete, am I? I wish that would help me, Lunar Artifice, but this literally looks like, at this point, now that I'm getting frustrated, this looks like gobbledygook to me. I can't even parse that anymore. Let me try. It's a function called run, and it has 2 lifetimes, and it's got some other stuff. And it's saying that the self is in lifetime A, the tool is in lifetime B, and you're saying that the handle closure will be a mutable closure where the self and the common are the same lifetime, and the admin tool and the tool are the same lifetime. Okay, I kind of get that. You're saying this links the lifetime of self with the lifetime of common. I understand that because self is the common in this case. So maybe that's the point at which I need to anchor myself to right now. Let me try that. So the whole point here is that this is a method of self. So let's say that we're going to have a common. The lifetime of self is common, right? And then so is this, because that's the same common. So far, so good, right? Table flipping rage quit. No, it's more like when I get frustrated with something, usually there's a little bit of an emotional reaction that I have to kind of suppress and kind of vent. But then you like take a step back, then try it from a different angle. Still get confused and frustrated, take a step back again, try a different angle. So I'm trying the different angles of, let's look up the definition of the words they use. Let's latch on to something that I actually understand. Like, I understand that this self, because self refers to what this is implemented on, which is common, and I help reinforce that by naming the lifetime of that self to be called common. I understand that common is the same common, so have to be the same lifetime. So I'm going to latch on to that idea and see if it gets me past the bump here. So what else in the where is directly related to self? It's just common, right? None of these other things have different lifetimes. The closure, we can say the closure lives no longer than the tool, which is here. So I can say these two have the same lifetime, maybe. I don't know if I need to. Try binding. Let's see how far this gets me, actually. Cargo clippy that. Okay, so then it represents a problem inside the library down here. What is that problem? I think it has to do, again, with the lifetimes, right? So this handle function. Yeah, it's the same thing, right? So we're going to say common, because the lifetime of self is the same lifetime as this common. There we go. Now, does that get past that one? I think it did. I think it did. No, it did not. Now it's saying that now we're down to this. Self doesn't live long because it's dropped when we leave on line 47. Yeah, that's true. Self is dropped here. It's borrowed here because that closure is past to end then because I didn't end in a semicolon? Is that what it's trying to complain about? Cannot you? Okay, this is a different error. Can I move it in? I guess so. So that would be solved by a move here. Yep, that did it. Okay. And there's a couple errors down below now. This one is because it was borrowed on 140. Okay, so we're borrowing self twice somehow. I don't understand that. Okay, let's read the error message. Use of borrowed self. Cannot borrow self as mutable more than once at a time. Mutable borrow starts here in a previous iteration of loop. Okay. I feel like we're really close to solving this. What's the problem here? I don't get it. That previous area thing was because you dropped self at the end of the function, but a return a value that could depend on the self borrowed in the closure. Let's see if I understand that. So, right, this error here, you're saying that we dropped self here, right? But it returned a value that could depend... Oh. Well, but shouldn't it know that there's nothing in there? I don't quite get that. Like, okay reduces it to that. It no longer needs to borrow self. Does it just not know that? Okay, I guess I can understand that. The borrow checker is saying, you're borrowing self, so the return value is considered still borrowing self potentially. And then that makes it all the way out. So by moving self in here, now it's guaranteed to live long enough to go along with the result. Yeah, I guess so. It's not smart enough to know that there's no possible way self could be in there, but it's not sure. So now we're saying, yeah, consume self and go into there. Got it. All right. It sort of makes sense to me. I only need things to sort of make sense. And if the compiler doesn't complain and it sort of makes sense, that's good enough for me. Now to understand this. Is this the same problem? Because the handler result is still potentially borrowing self, and then that is used to produce this. Is that the problem? It isn't going to keep the reference to self you're passing in. Yeah. Let's see if I can understand that. Right, handle closure is one of these guys, and I'm giving it... I'm letting it borrow self. And we don't know what it does inside, but it could have somehow moved that reference into the result. We don't know. Right? So by keep, you mean to produce it in the output, right? Because we're not allowed to store it anywhere in that. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that because it's a mutable, it is a mutable closure, so it could have stored it in its own state. Got it. All right. That makes sense. I need to pay more attention to that. This means the closure could put stuff in its own hidden state, and it could put any of these there, right? So we have to consider all of these have to... all of those might still be borrowed. So there's no getting these back out once we put it in. So the move basically authorizes it to, yeah, you can take over self, you can take over all these things. And so we have no problem then when self goes out of scope because it's already been moved. We basically moved self into this closure, which is okay here because that's what I wanted to do, really. And we can move the message type and reuse it down here because it's immutable. So it's only a problem with the mutable references. I get that. Okay, so then down to here. Let me see if that helps me understand this. So, is it the same kind of thing where this handle... mutably borrows self? And produces a result, so that result might still be borrowing from self? Do we need to mutably borrow self there? I don't even know if I still need that. Oh, it's for this one. Yeah, the auth challenge needs to mutate self because it will actually, why does it? Maybe I don't need to. Maybe the whole thing is I'm using mutable references when I don't need it. Oh, yeah. It'll call work, and work did I understand this right? No, I don't understand it right. I don't need to mutate self, do I? Yeah, that totally doesn't need to mutate. It's immutable. Yeah. What does the tools work in my main program actually entail? Yeah, it doesn't get access to the common, does it? So that doesn't need to be mutable. So then handle doesn't need to be mutable. Right? That doesn't need to mutate self. Oh, no, it does because the closure might need to mutate it. Because... yeah. Because this actually does... where is it? Where is that done, actually? It's done inside of this one. We set stop to true. Yeah. So if I did it through, well, even if I did it through a method on a trait, it would still need to be mutable, because we need to tell it to stop. Unless I made it part of the return values or something. I don't know. Yeah. So one way to fix this would be to remove all the mutations to minimize that, and it would be like, instead of allowing it to change anything in common, it would be like, well, you tell me if I should stop or not. Maybe that's what I should be doing. So yeah, really common shouldn't have a whole lot of things. Yeah, it's all revolving around this stop. What if I change it so that we can't just mutate common anymore? We would just return whether or not we should stop. Wouldn't that be better? So then the tool does need to mutate itself. The self is not mutable. The closure needs to be mutable. This is not. And then we're good until we get down to here. I don't know what that problem is. Maybe it's caused by something else. Hold on. Oh, because of that. Run is not mutable either, is it? No, run is mutable because... yeah, that has to be mutable. That's fine. The result should give you the stop info. Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. Why do we need to know stop? We need to know when the tool should quit. Right now, the only way we know that the tool should quit is after we found the items. Then we're like, oh, okay, we found all the items. We're done running, so we can stop now. So instead, I'm going to do it through return values. Maybe I make my own. Continue stop. I don't know. We'll figure it out. So I do have a compiler error up here. Probably because on-auth challenge is still mute self. Yep. All right. Doesn't need to be. Yep. And now down to here, there's one. Why here? Oh, infinite loop. Yeah. Okay. So it's just complaining that it knows it'll never get set. So I need to actually mutate it in response to this handle. Right. So this handle then needs to return something different. So I think I'm going to be changing this and defining a new enum. I guess I can start with just bool. Tell us, do we need to stop or not, right? Closure will tell us. And work will not. Actually, I could do the same thing with work, but yeah, let's not do that yet. Okay, so then this changes how. I hate it when they highlight the entire thing. It's this that has to change, right? Or is it okay or else? No, that should be okay. Yeah, okay. Let me see if I... On line 23, right. So what's not returning? Is it on auth? Is it this one? Yeah, there it is. Bool. Okay, then we're good for that. Okay, good. Good. So then this should just always return false. Okay, false. Work actually did return something. It returns this one, right? So there it should be like question mark, right? That'll return. I'm still not comfortable with this question mark thing. That means it's going to early return an error if there was one, right? Otherwise, continue on and it's okay. A better way would be to do okay false, right? Is it not okay false? Wait a second. That returns a result. We also want to return a result to turn into bool. Is it? These ones I don't quite understand how to. I haven't internalized these. Is it or else? Or is it and then? And returns result. Yeah, so it's and false. Like that. There we go. No? Shoot. Oh, do I have to do and okay false? Is there like an and okay? There's an and then, but that calls closure. You can do map to turn okay into okay false. Or that does the same thing, right? And okay false. Because and returns the given result if it's okay, otherwise returns the error. So you're saying I could have done it this way. I could have said tool.work ws map. But I still need to give it a closure then, right? Which way is easier to read? And okay false or map? I actually like it the other way. I hope you don't mind. And okay false. All right, anyway, we still have some compiler errors down here. Because this handler result now gives us a bool result, so I need to have... Oh, right, this is where we set, this is where we have different things happen, right? Okay, true, do nothing, okay, false. Or actually, no, this meant to do stop, right? Self.stop is true. False is do nothing. Right. Now, what's wrong here? I don't get this one. I hate it when these error messages are obscure. This one's better. Expected, but found bool. Why is it expecting that? Is it because this is returning the wrong thing? I see what you're saying, yeah. I don't really need that stop anymore to be a flag. You're probably right, but let me understand this. What am I doing wrong here? That it expected an empty okay, but it found a bool. Why is it expecting an empty okay? Is it because of this one? Probably. No, wait a minute. No. I don't get it. What if I just put this in here? Is it okay with that? No. That didn't help. Hey, numbers. How are you doing? It's yet another numbered name. How is it in Numberland? Welcome to Twitch, by the way. What does self-handle return? I was just looking at that. It returns a result bool if it's okay. Which is what I'm matching here, right? So I don't quite get it. I think numbers is just a random number. I need to study this error message. What's the error? The error is that it expected unit and not a bool. Or self-handle for some reason. I bet the explanation is just going to be a generic explanation, right? Yeah, it's this one that I didn't quite like. It's just saying that the types didn't match. When I see it, I'm gonna be like, dough, of course it's that. I was checking self-handle. Self-handle is right here. It is returning a result bool. Right? So I'm getting that, and then I'm matching it. Okay, false, okay, true, and error. So I don't know why it expects something different. Oh, is the closure wrong? That might be why. Yep, that's what it is. That's very obscure. The closure type was wrong. And it probably won't let me do this because it's borrowed. Yes. It's the same borrow problem, isn't it? I still don't understand this completely, this self-borrowing problem. Oh, sorry. There's your high. I neglect the highs after a while. So numbers never said anything after the hoy. Numbers, are you going to say anything? Just make a local variable. So this function called run, it borrows self. It borrows it right here. I'm guessing it's because why would that be a problem? I'm only borrowing it temporarily to set it to true. This should only be borrowing it to test the flag. Why is it saying I'm borrowing it twice at the same time? Cannot assign to self stop because it's borrowed. It can keep it. How so, though? Self-handle never gets self. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, but it didn't complain about that line, did it? Oh, it did complain about that line. You're right. Yeah, okay, so I guess we're abandoning this stop flag. Shoot, okay. The other way out of it is what? That I have to get it to go out of scope, don't I? Break, yeah. I should, but is there a way to, if I wanted to keep this flag around, is there a way to do it, a way to do that, though? Pull all that into true, false, where stop is and return either true or false. Then make the body of the hole empty. I don't understand that, but I'll try to understand it. Put all of that into the true, false, where not, so put all of what in here? put all of this in there. I understand this is more procedural, right? This is how you do it like in C. You say, while this flag is false, do this stuff, and if you get to here, set it to true. It's just weird that it won't let me do that. And I sort of get it. It's saying that the, because handle is borrowing self, we can't borrow it again down here because we still have the handler result in scope. So we'd be borrowing from self again for a second time. Can I just cheese it and say like this, let should stop? Goddamn, is gifted a sub to Anakin Luke? Well, hi. And congratulations. Thank you, Goddamn. To stop have to part of self? Stop is a part of self. It doesn't have to. This is sort of a contrived example, right? Equals false. So I could do it this way, right? Whoops, fighting my editor again. I'm pretty sure I can get away with it if I do this. Self stop equals should stop. And make should stop equal to true. Nope. What's wrong here? Can't assign twice. Oh, that's mute. And then, okay, it's still a problem. It's still a problem. Probably because I borrowed it again somewhere. Wait, what? But that's inside of this scope. It should be done with that. It lasts for the lifetime of the handle closure? Really? Why? Because of the lifetime annotations? So my lifetime annotations aren't correct here then. So yeah, the lifetime of self is tied to lifetime of common. No, but the closure's lifetime is anonymous. I don't see where the closure borrows self. Oh, right here. So if I didn't borrow self, then this wouldn't be a problem here? Or is it borrowing self? Yeah, it's because of this line here, right? It's borrowing self right here. Yeah, I know. I can take it out of the self. I know I can do that. I want to... First time you watch Twitch? Really? But you created your account 4 years ago. How could this be the first time you watched Twitch? Created account 4 years ago and didn't watch for 4 years. All right, welcome back after creating your account 4 years ago and then not watching until now, I guess. Quality lurker, I guess, yeah. Okay. I know I'm going to remove stop from self, but I want to understand why I can't do something that seems simple to me. You guys are saying it's because this handle closure is going to end up borrowing self. And so the compiler says, oh, self might live as long as the handle closure lives, and that handle closure lives as long as some arbitrary lifetime. So if I really wanted to fix it, I could limit this to common, right? Nope, that didn't fix it. Since the closure doesn't need the stop flag and you need to mutate it, it cannot be part of the state you give to closure. See, now it's very specific. It's saying it's borrowing self-stop here. Oh, this is so confusing. Maybe I just punt on this for now. So to punt on this, I'm going to go just remove it. So there's no stop flag. There's just the admin private key. So not having stop is just probably the better design decision anyway, which is to just make this a loop. And then there's no should stop. We collapse that back out. And this just does a break. There we go. This is why Rust iterators are inside out instead of taking a closure. So I should just avoid taking closures. Is that what you're saying? Should maybe put a lifetime parameter or whatever handle returns. Probably not. I'm very weak in lifetimes. I got frustrated about an hour ago trying to figure out the lifetime stuff. Closures are scary. Maybe I should avoid them until I get better at this. Uh-oh, we still have a problem. Oh, yeah, because we're using stop. That we don't want to do anymore in the main, right? This actually has to return... Well, this doesn't actually have to return anything. So this doesn't even need the comment anymore, right? Fighting my editor again. We don't need common. So where we do that, we don't need to pass common. Instead, this returns true to stop. So then this is a bool. And on chat returns false all the time. Bool. And this is now bool. I wonder if I even need to do that. Move to NeoVim. It's really not the editor, it's the keyboard I'm using. I'm still getting used to it. That quietly puts a flippable table. Do I even have that still? Table, flip. No. Flip. There, like that? Okay, what did I get wrong here? Common run changed a little bit. The tool. No, this is different. No, that is the tool. Handle closure is mutable. Is this not interesting? Found that signature. What's different? Wait a minute, isn't that the same? Common. Mutable WebSocket. Oh, there are different lifetimes on things, I think. There's a discussion going on right behind me. It's very distracting. All right. So... Oh, what's the yellow underline up here? Oh, yeah, because of the name. Okay. Should just fix that. Handle closure. There we go. No more yellow squiggly under that. Comma still mutable in some of your handles? Yeah, probably. I'm just missing that. So let me look more closely. run. It does have to mutate. Actually, it doesn't. It doesn't need to be mutable anymore because the only thing in there is the private key. So why don't I just remove that? I didn't fix it. Our handle closure. Today is unbearably warm. Don't get dehydrated. No problem. Cheers, Nui. Oh, you're probably right about that. Is that what it is? It's weird that the problem could be here and then it tells me there. But I think you're right. It's because of some of the light of the whether these things are mutable or not. So yeah, it's this stuff here, right? Nope, still a problem. Okay, Rust. Can you help me out here, Rust? Oh, I still have a problem on line 19 of that other file? Well, shoot. That ought to be that. I thought I changed that. Oh, no, it's in two places. Yeah. On chat. I can only take so much of these obscure... It reminds me of C++ error messages, only I don't know how to fix them. Again with the concrete lifetime. I hate this. I don't like this. Ish? ICH? Ish? That's not an English construction, usually. Alright, one... Well, but the closure is mutable, though. On chat and on enemies have to mutate self, so self needs to be captured mutable, so the closure needs to be oh wait, but the music... Oh, hold on. You might be right about that. Why did I have to mark that as mutable? Isn't it already itself mutable? And why am I letting it borrow it? Why can't I just give it to it? Why don't I just do that? This can borrow it. That's fine. Oh, okay, now why is it not letting me do that? Because I need to mark it as mutable. Shoot. Fine. There. Okay, got rid of one error. Ish. You did good. Like in sandwich. Yeah, but isn't sandwich borrowed from German? Okay. Where are we? I'm kind of losing track of where we are. But that we have to mutate, right? Because these take mutable references to self. If I do that, it's going to really have a problem, won't it? Yeah, it's like it can't borrow... it expects a mutable reference for that. Yeah, it totally has to be mutable. The problem here, though, is what? I think we're down to just one error left. It's about the lifetime. Damn it. Why does it have to be about the lifetime? You know, this was all working an hour ago. And then we decided to try to make it fit this model. Again with the concrete lifetime, bound lifetime parameter. What? Is it just that the self is bound to the closure? So I need to give a bound to this common, I think. How do I do that? Can I just do this? Can I say, this is common bound to common? And actually it's reference to one. And that's that. It won't let me do that. Oh, because I have to put it here. Yep. And it won't let me do that because it's not declared, so I need to declare it up here. And that didn't help at all. Why? I wonder if it's... What if I just do that? Okay, so even if I don't even annotate that, it still has a problem with that. I don't know. It's not even needing to borrow or bind to self now. It's doing nothing. Yeah, let's just have it do absolutely nothing and just say error. It still has a problem with that. And it has to do with this stupid concrete lifetime, bound lifetime crap. Okay, do I even need these anymore? Because it's all immutable. What if I just remove that? I need to get better at this lifetime stuff. I don't think this matters anymore. Yeah. No, it still has a problem. Still expects a bound lifetime. What the hell? I'm not using the lifetime at all here now. And this doesn't need it either. Right? Because it's all immutable. Yeah. So there's just something wrong. Whoops. I'm not using lifetimes at all, and it says I need to be, I think. Bound lifetime parameter. For what? Look at commons lifetimes, like common.run. There's no... I'm not specifying any lifetime, so why does it matter? What if I do a move? Nope. Okay, I'm just about ready to do a table flip again. Yeah, but why? I guess I just don't understand. Oh, this. Get rid of that. Okay, this is just really, really frustrating. Table flip again. Flip. Down to one error, which I don't understand. Expected bound lifetime parameter, bound concrete lifetime. Yeah, please explain the error. It just says a type mismatched an associated type of a trait. That doesn't help me at all. I'm sorry. Explain. Is it in this garbage that I have to look? Do I just avoid using close? What if can I do this without using a damn closure? I guess I'd just do it the iterator approach, right? I was really hoping that I could just get this to work. Frustration, yeah. Can I just do that, by the way? Just give it to it? Like, oh, actually I should have been doing that the whole time. Wait a minute. Now it has a problem with that. Is that a clue? I just have a hard time parsing this in my head. I can see that it's assigning 4 arbitrary lifetimes. I'm okay with that, actually. But is that the problem. Yeah, lifetimes and closures are just insane. I've heard that lifetimes used to be even more painful. I just want to have a closure that takes 4 arguments. In fact, they're all right here. Look, I have a reference to a common, which is which I'm not doing anything with, so it shouldn't give a crap. What if I just say, hey, I'm not going to use any of these things? Just return an error. Why does it not just take that? Is it because it's mutable? I don't know. We can just make it not mutable. Type mismatch on closure arguments. Why? I didn't even give it a type. You have a closure that closes over self. No, it doesn't. There's no self here. I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying that it closes on self. This is all commented out. The only thing this closure does is return an error. So how can you say that the closure closes on self? It's all commented out. Pass it as a mute handle. Okay. That didn't solve it, but now it's expecting an expression. You mean like a reference to mutable? Now we're back to the found concrete lifetime problem again. Yeah, no problem, Silmith. I'm just getting frustrated. It doesn't pass self now. It's all commented out. The problem is not in this code, because I have it commented out and I still have this problem. The problem is, for some reason, it won't let me call run, giving it this closure. For some reason, maybe it has to do with how I declare this closure, but it says I need a bound lifetime parameter. I don't understand it. Why does handle closure need to be a mute? Because if not, then this handle, which requires it to be mutable, doesn't work either. So if I turn that off, then it doesn't work with the mutable closure. Hey there, level 12, Magic Carp. How are you today? So it's just one thing leads to another. The reference, the closure has to be mutable because we're calling it, and it's a mutable closure. All right, it needs to borrow it as mutable. So it's like, okay, borrow it as mutable. There you go. Now that's happy, but then the other place is like, well, now you have to, you can't do that because it's not mutable. It's like, okay, make it mutable. Or this way, right? Now we can change, the closure can be changed, and then that's okay, but now we get to this problem. I'm glad you're doing well. I am getting frustrated as heck with this error in Rust. What if I do the magic silver bullet, which is just Google that string exactly? I can't be the only one frustrated by this. Looks like I already looked at that one. That probably... Is that one I already looked up? Asked 4 years ago. An immutable... Yeah, well, I'm going to need it to mutate its environment because that's what self-entities does. Self-on-entities is going to mutate self. See? This, when I actually uncomment this, the closure is going to need to mutate self. So it's going to need to be an FN mute. The way I have it defined. I mean, the other way is I could back out of this completely, never understanding why I got that and just design it a different way. But I'd rather understand what this means. That's what I would want to do right now. Like, do I have to actually read this dude's code to understand what this answer means? You think you need to specify the lifetimes in the trait bound in the where clause, but why?
That's what I... Okay, no. That is what I originally had because it didn't know which lived longer, the closure or the common. I guess I can put that back. But that it was in there before and it didn't seem to matter. Let's put it back. Where was that again? It was the cell... hold on. We have to declare it, right? Common. We have to say that's here. And then the common here, same lifetime. Because it's the same thing, right? And then in run, it's the same deal. Those two have the same lifetime now, right? Same lifetime. Same problem. In the where clause, where, here? I guess I don't understand why do we need to specify which lifetime? The lifetime of what? The lifetime of the WebSocket, the JSON value, the slice? Which lifetime? That's what I don't understand. Like, we're passing this in. It doesn't matter its lifetime because it owns it now. Lifetime only applies to references, right? So the only references we have are itself, which it's passing back in here, which is why I bound it to the same. We have the admin tool has some kind of lifetime, and we have the JSON and the slice have some other lifetimes. These can be arbitrary, right? It doesn't matter, I don't think. Might probably just ties the closure to self while you can accept closures not dependent on self, and you need to tell explicitly so. One too many layers of calling closures? There's only, well, you saying I should collapse run and handle together? I guess I could do that. It's just that it's going to be really nested. The reason why I had this defer to this handle was so that this code didn't have to be inserted right there. But I could do that if you think it. Yeah, why not? I'm open to that. So I'll just take this block of code and insert it where handle is. So there. Block of code, right? Block O code. There. Actually, I can just hit enter first. There we go. There's block of code. Here I have to borrow it though, right? Here I gotta borrow it. And then here I gotta also borrow it. A mutable reference to it, right? And then what's going on here? Can't move. That's because really we're wanting to borrow a reference to message type, not move it in. Because we're going to need it out here. So I really want a reference. Shoot. This is a reference already, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, but this is not. That's a slice. Well, it's an immutable reference. Why? Okay. Is it the move here that's the problem? I think that was it. All right. Still have the same problem. So now I've collapsed now there's only one place where we're calling the closure, and that's right there. I can totally delete this other one now. There. Now there's now run, which is up here, is the only thing that's calling the closure. Still have this problem. Using hash map from string to no, we got rid of the hash map. There's no hash map anymore. No hash map anywhere. The only thing we have is a closure. So what this is replacing the hash map essentially. It's that instead of having a hash map of strings to lookup functions, we're just going to have a closure deal with anything that the common code doesn't know about. So the common code says, hey, is it auth challenge? Then I deal with it. Otherwise, let me delegate it to this closure to do it, right? But can't pass it a closure because it's like, I don't know what that lifetime is. Try the 4a annotation suggested above. Where 4a handle closure? Okay, we can try this. So here, right? Like this? This syntax I don't know at all. It never was talked about in the book as far as I can remember. And you want me to use that lifetime instead of common? And you want me to attach it to what else? You want me to use that even for WebSocket? I mean, I guess I can do that. Why would I do that, though? I mean, it makes no difference. Still get the same error. Expected bound lifetime parameter A, found concrete lifetime. Why is it expecting a bound lifetime parameter A? Is it because I have to explicitly bind all of these? Okay, you know, I can do that. These are all arbitrary, right? This one's not. But wait a second. Okay, let's do that. Same lifetime, but then don't I have to like be explicit here? I have to like explicitly give types for all these things. So like, I don't know. I have to say that this is one of these. And then I have to put this gross thing in front of everything. Oh, wait a minute. I just say that, don't I? And then I have to put that in front and that in front. Okay, I really screwed it up, didn't I? Do I not have 4 in front of here? I just need to declare some kind of lifetime there, don't I? You can do that for the types. Oh, I can? I can just put that. There, I did it. It's telling me something I don't need to do. Trait objects without an explicit diner deprecated. I don't know why it's telling me that. Oh, because of this? Okay. Can I not do that? Mismatch. It just moved the mismatch up somewhere else. Is it because this is mute? I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here, so I'm just going to back it all out. You know? That can... I know what I'm doing there. That means we're not using those things. This, I don't know what the heck I was doing. That's more what I understand. These are arbitrary arbitrary. I don't care about these ones. Maybe what it's trying to tell me is it expects some kind of lifetime for this one, and I need to give it somehow. But how am I gonna do that? Do it. What? Just out of curiosity, what happens if I flip these two? Nope, no difference. I'm actually getting an extra error now, aren't I? Why am I getting an extra error there? Is it because of... Right. I don't know. Found signature for a function with 4 parameters that return something. Expected signature for... with 3 lifetimes. Okay, I think I see what's wrong. There's only 3 instead of 4. It's using R, S, and T1, but nothing on the first one. That is just so difficult to do. And why did I need this at all? Let me go back to what required this? I don't think actually that requires it at all. Now it's back to 4 arbitrary lifetimes. I think it just needs me to specify their lifetimes for some weird reason. Can I just put it in place and have that work? Okay, now it just works. Great. Okay, but I just go with that then. This is just stupid. Okay, so then pull that back in. This back in, remove that error. What's wrong with this? Can't find it in scope. Why not? It's right there. Oh, because I didn't give it a name. I didn't, I hid the name. There. Okay, maybe we're getting somewhere. So I don't need to mutate it. Let's make this a little bit easier to read. Wait a second. That, right? Okay, what's wrong with this one? Borrowing something. Okay, this might have to do with the lifetime thing again, right? Oh, whoops. What's wrong with line 76? Oh, because we're not using it? Yeah, that's fair. Closure requires unique access to self, but it's already borrowed. First borrow, later captured by trait object. Right, self, right? Oh, was this handled by move? No. Is this because we're borrowing self twice again? Dang it. If an implementer of admin tool is expected to dispatch a message handling, why not make it a method on the admin tool trait? Which method? Oh, you're saying like to move this into a method of the tool itself? Yeah, maybe that's what I need to do. Let's try it. So there's work. I don't even think I need this anymore, right? I can just get rid of that. I don't need this any. Nothing uses it. So there's going to be work and there's going to be handle, right? Mute self. What did I need for this handler thingy? So then I would just get rid of the closure entirely and I would just grab this stuff, right? And then that returns a result bool empty. And what's wrong here? Actually, I don't know what's wrong here. What did I get wrong here? Oh, these have to have names? I guess. I don't know, it's late. I'm getting tired. This was message and this is message type, right? Yeah, obviously it needed those. Okay, fine. We'll name them. Even though in C++ it's not necessary, Rust likes to have them. That's fine. We'll make Rust happy. Let's implement handle. And we'll move this body here over to there. There we go. And then this has to have the full name, because I don't like to use a use. And we're good so far. All right, so then let's get rid of the closure. So I just do that. Run doesn't need the closure anymore. No more closure. So I don't need the where clause or the generic anymore. I just do that. And then I just call tool.handle all that stuff. Huh. Well, what do you know? That works. Let me give some points out to Cheesgy. Let me give you 10 points. Because you rescued me from the madness I was in. I would like to understand what I was doing wrong. But I'm okay at this point since I was very frustrated. I'd just like to get the tool working again. Okay, so that teaches me I should for now avoid anything that requires explicit lifetimes or closures, if I can get away with it. Why did that not work? Because I didn't build it for release? Probably. Yep. Well, I hope you guys don't mind that I have been super frustrated this stream. Seems to be like the experience for someone learning Rust is that there you go through a few weeks of excitement where you're learning new things, and then you go through a few weeks of just getting frustrated as all heck when you can't figure things out. Yeah, it still works. Well, we didn't quite solve it, 715209. We used Cheesge's alternate architecture. So instead of using a closure at all, now we just, where do I best describe this? Now when we run, we just delegate it to common. And in fact, I don't even need this anymore, do I? I do need a self. Yeah, but anyway, okay. So run now just delegates to the common run. And the tool itself, the trait has to implement a handler. And that took the place of the closure because I couldn't figure out how to get the damn thing to work. So now instead of going through a closure, we just go through the trait object itself. The link from Greyjack. You can read more about the stuff he suggested here. Okay, let me grab that. I've collected a bunch of stuff that I'm going to read after the stream that maybe clears up some of the problems I was having with understanding. And in the meantime, I'm just going to grant you all points for... oh, that's your first point? I'll give you another one. For all the ideas and things to look up later. Okay, so I really like the fact that before I had this in another function. Maybe I can put that back because I don't like how indented that was. So basically, this block of code becomes a function, right? Called handle. Pub or function handle some arguments returns something. I think it was a result bool and then generic error. And that had that in there, and there are too many braces. So we're going to unindent that, get rid of this brace. And then, so what we need to handle, we need the message, which is immutable cert JSON value. is message. And we need a self, and that is immutable because now this doesn't have any state at all other than the admin key, so it's just self. And it needs the web socket, which is one of these guys. What's the logical order here? From our state outwards. Actually, the value is more significant, right? And then the WebSocket, and the tool maybe goes here. Where's tool? Here's tool. And it already is a mutable reference, so we don't need to do that. Right, so now we're going to use handle down here. Handle. It's self-handle. Tool, and here's where I need to like grab mutable references to the WebSocket and a reference to the message. Yeah, I think that's just refactoring that code out, right? So should be no problem with that. And it should just work. Yay. Still finding that key. All right. I think it makes it easier to read. Why did I have an unwrap in there? That's not good. Oh, because the original Python tool did. So if I want to like improve upon what the Python tool did, I would also handle invalid server messages. Anyway, this forces it to be a valid JSON, or else we panic. And then we we handle that message, and then based off of if we're supposed to break out or not, or if we get an error. And I could clean this stuff up later by combining this with more functional programming, right? But I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to try to wrap up the stream for today. What am I doing looking at that? Yeah, so the handle now extracts the type field, expects it to be a string, and then if it is a string, I don't need to print this anymore because it's extra. If it is a string, then if it's auth challenge, we handle it. Otherwise, we let the tool handle it. Actually, I like the way this turns out because it's easier to read. And if at any point we get a failure, then it's like we couldn't recognize the message. Is that correct? Okay does what? It discards the error. Is that what I want? Actually, I don't want that, do I? I don't want to discard the error. What am I doing here? Why am I discarding the error? Result into an option. Why am I doing that? Why am I taking a result into an option and turning it back into a result? I don't understand what I was doing there. Oh, because at each step it's an option. Okay, and so this is result to option. Yeah, so it ends up being none. I don't like this name, okay or else. This isn't the right flow, though. It's not that the message is unrecognized. I think I need to handle this differently. On-off challenge actually doesn't even need to return anything. Oh, wait, no, it does delegate to work, which could fail. But does it? Does it ever fail? Oh, yeah, I remember. It does. It has a chance of failing. And then the and does... It just changes the OK value, right? I need more practice looking at these and ors and okay or else or any of that. Okay, Yeah, I'm just tired. I need to end the stream. Let me just check this in. It's working. It builds. It works. I'll clean it up later after I eat something. All right. Let me check it in. I'll find someone to raid. Okay, the big changes today. We got rid of the hash map. I tried to do a replacement of the hash map with a closure, but that led to a bunch of frustration, and we ended up just abandoning all that and making it really simple. It's all in the trait object. So maybe it's just where it should have gone all along. There's no more base class. It's all passing objects around instead of holding on to state we don't need. It's probably a better design. So redesign the Rust ports, Rust port of the admin tools. And I don't need this anymore. You can go suspend. So instead of using a hash map to register and then later call message handlers, simply delegate to the concrete tool the handling of any messages not handled by the common part. So the common part of all the tools is now I don't know, instantiated and run by every tool, and handles authentication, the basic message event loop, and delegates the rest of the work and handling of messages to the concrete tool, which it is provided via trait object. There we go. I'm not going to write up how frustrated I got trying to get that to work. Am I done with the tool? No. What I would like to do with the tool is to clean it up some more. I'd really like to understand why using closures led me to so much problems. But there's other stuff I need to clean up, like some of these return values aren't quite right, like the work technically could return, like I don't want to have to, I shouldn't be using bool, I should be using some kind of enum to more clearly say like what it means. Right now what it means, it's a placeholder for we either are done or we're not done. So what I want to do later, I haven't done it now, but there should be like a pub enum doneness. Something like this. I don't know what the right words would be, but there'd be done and not done, right? And that's what this should be, not bool. It should be a doneness or whatever, right? And that's how we signal back to the common to control the event loop. So I want to do stuff like that, and so there's probably some of this. Yeah, this needs to be cleaned up a little bit, because right now we're just going to be printing out unrecognized message, even if we did recognize the message, and it was just some other error. So all errors are being caught, and we print this instead, which is wrong. And so it's like the tool will do everything fine unless it runs into a problem, and then it's going to print out weird error messages that don't make much sense. What's the other thing I wanted to clean up here? This is actually really nice. This was, I think there's some problem there too. Yeah, I need to fix that. So there's just some things I need to tweak to make it more correct. And then I want to go back and remove all the unwraps, basically. This kind of needs to be cleaned up. There shouldn't be multiple levels of catching okay and error. We should just all do it in a chain functionally. So yeah, stuff like that. And where are we here? This is the main tool. I think everything is okay here. I probably don't need that anymore. Yeah, so cleaning up lifetimes that we don't need. Time to cook dinner? Yeah, I'm done with the stream anyway. Thanks, Gadan. So I'll be cleaning this up. I need to do more practice in Rust. So what I've learned so far is my weak points in Rust are understanding when to use lifetimes, when and how to use lifetimes. And the second one is how to properly declare and use closures. And the other thing is avoiding multi-borrows. Rush really hurts your brain sometimes, but you think once you understand it, it gets better. Yeah, it's just I need to get past these weak points, right? So I ran into a lot of that today. Oh, and the other one was kind of committing to memory the meanings of all of the helper. I'm going to call them helper functions, which go along with option and result, e.g. And, or okay or else, those ones, right? So I still look at them and my brain freezes. I'm like, what does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know. Did you watch the John Who video about lifetimes? Yeah, but I didn't like it so much because he used some obsolete syntax at one point. He spent a lot of time talking about things that had nothing to do with lifetimes. And when he talked about lifetimes, it was a very simple lifetimes example, which I already understood. So I didn't really get much out of it. Not sure if you ever really get how to use lifetimes and closures, but you definitely learn how to choose your designs to limit the walls you're hitting. Yeah. So avoiding multi-borrows. I'm used to programming constructs that let me get away with that, and with Rust you can't do that. So I have to be more careful in how I design the code, especially when there are multiple things interacting with each other. Like today it was this main program and its items structure and implementation, and it had to interact with this common part, which manages the admin private key and does the auth challenge and stuff like that, and how they interact through this tool work and then the tool handle. So how to get that to fit together, I'm still going to be weak on. Let me save this. We're going to put it under my Rust area. We're going to call it my weak points in Rust, so I don't lose that. Why is this showing that there's an unsaved change? Oh, yeah. Let me just make sure I didn't change something by accident. Nope. So this should still build. All right. I think I'm done for the day, but I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll get another mixture, I think, tomorrow between making progress in my game's C++ code and then picking up Rust. So it'll be more of the same, I think, tomorrow. Only hopefully less frustration. So anyway, even though I was frustrated a lot today, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream anyway. Let me go find someone else we can watch for a while. I'm gonna go get some lunch, a late lunch for me, and unwind a little bit, and then maybe try to tackle Rust a little bit more. Okay, I guess we're gonna be raiding Chris again today. So, if you guys don't know, the stream parrot is the chat overlay above my head, made by Chris Griffin. He's also using Rust. He's using Rust in the web, using WebAssembly, serverless, Svelte. He's making his own version of the Game of Life using Rust and WebAssembly. So, a lot of fun. Let's go raid him. And he didn't show up in my top 5 for some reason. He should. There he is. Starting that raid. Okay. See ya, Glitch2 and 715209 and Ernius and Silmith and everybody else who's been here. Thank you for all your help. And I'll be back tomorrow. Have a good one. Stay safe. See ya. Bye.